What's going on, Juco? Yes.
Rumble YouTube family, what's good? What's happening? Ironwork 92,000 in the house for Flat Earth Friday. What's happening? You guys can hear me. You guys could see me with my Phil Collins happening right here, right? Yeah, we're live. We're live. No rookie mistakes. No rookie mistakes, y'all. No rookie mistakes. All right. Okay. Hey, we started off good this time. I didn't mess it up. I didn't leave no pictures up or nothing like that to piss you guys off. Usually we have Maria Walker in here kind of tipping me off. She's like, Vlad, oh my goodness, why do you have that picture up still and you talking about something else? You know, people ain't texting me like, hey, dog, we can't hear you. Either way, man, either way, it is amazing. It is absolutely a pleasure to see y'all. Everybody in the foundry, say ho, ho, say ho, 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 ho. Say make money, money, make money, 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 make money, money, make money, money. You know them old school rap chants. You know how I do. We don't need no water. Let that mama jamma burn. Burn, mama jamma. Burn. Ay, ay, ay. It's good to see y'all, man. Just throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. uh, man, that's wild, man. That's wild, man. But it's good to see y'all. But for everybody I didn't see, and everybody I didn't say hi to, Jim Anus, what's happening, bro? Jim Anus is in the house. Jim Anus, that channel that we love to catch on. And Jim, man, talk about Jim Manus real quick. We're gonna highlight our brother real fast. Jim Manus has that good channel, right? If you haven't seen Jim Manus's channel, check out his channel. It's not actually an anus, but it's a channel with a bunch of good stuff, good material. I kind of don't want to spoil it, but the good thing about his channel is much of what we've been discussing these last few weeks to roughly a month, I'd say, appears on his channel, and Jim captures them in a unique fashion, I'd say. And I think it hits home in the way in which he catches them, and plus the other items that seem to just make their way towards Jim's stars as he films them. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all got to see the I really don't know if y'all got to see the lunar eclipse last night. So shout out to Jim again. Shout out to Jim before I just move on to another topic and not shout him out. Um, but yeah, I got to see it last night. I got to see it and I took a bunch of pictures. Um, it wasn't fully eclipsed. It was just red. It just turned red and it looked like it was kind of shadowed, but the moon just turned red. Like it was nothing. Like it was nothing. It was incomplete based on the you see if I can show y'all right here. So this app that I got, let me show y'all. I got this app. It's called the Flat Earth Pro. Let y'all see it here in a little bit. So basically, last night, so the moon is at 99%, right? So let you guys see it. So this right here, basically at this, you see how it says up here in the top, I guess to you guys it would be the top left. So in the top left, right, or maybe the top right for y'all, but the top left right here, it says 99.9, right? And that's the time that it was. So I just went ahead and I just weaved it back in time, but that was it right there. So the moon was in like complete opposition with the sun. So people are saying, it was the earth's shadow on the moon or some nonsense like that kept it. Look, man, look, we know that's all hoopla. We know that's all cap. Whatever those guys say of the globe, it's just like whatever, dude. Whether this is actually happening or not, we had a moon present, right? But I got up like clockwork, and I actually got up to film. I got up, I filmed a little bit, I took pictures, I took regular film, right? When I say okay, not film, but actually I took regular footage via my camera phone, right? Regular wise, I took still pictures, I took infrared pictures, and I took infrared video as well. Um, I haven't really gotten I haven't gotten been able to break it down, so I didn't want to put it on tonight's show to discuss it because I wanted to kind of look into it a little bit further before I gave it to y'all. With that being said, I got the whole thing. I got the whole shebang. I got the aberrations and everything else like that. I got the dark background that was so dark that the best that the camera could do was pixelate the hell out of it. So it looked terrible. You know what I'm saying? There's something in having digital film that makes you kind of miss analog film. I hope that makes sense. So the old school, Fuji film, Kodak, Canon, all that stuff, right? Just being able to take still pictures and just the clean quality that you get from a still picture. Plus, depending on who your developer is, right, and how much chemical they put and how the exposures turn out. All depends on it'll depend how good a quality of picture that you get back, the kind of cuts that you get. It used to be crazy. My brother used to work at a place called Moto Photo, and this was back in Long Island. And then I'd go visit my brother. My brother was we're talking the super smart both my brothers are smart, but we're talking the math teacher, Glober brother of mine, right? Really good at photography and everything else like that. So just sitting there, he'd come home smelling like chemicals and stuff. But like that was like he was amazing at developing film. So people would come and bring them their film, and then they'd be like, we need you, Leslie, to go ahead and develop it, not these other jokers out here. So just seeing the process, right? Watching him develop and watching him do everything in the dark room and everything else like that. I thought it was some pretty amazing stuff. And it's just a added testament to where we are in time. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure there are many of you guys that might have taken a photography class, or you as well might have worked at a photo mat or a moto photo, something simple. Remember when it was called photo mat, those photo booths, right? For all you kids that don't know, if there are kids watching, we used to have photo booths that would allow us to go ahead and develop these films. We take it to like a 24-hour or a 1-hour developing place, drop it off, and then we come back, and then we have our damn pictures sitting there waiting for us, right? um Different times, with the dawn of the digital camera, like all that's changed. I'm sure that you could take your stuff to like Walmart and everything if you actually still do exposures. And I'm sure there are people out there that do regular film, and you probably have a bunch of rolls of film that's used up in your house just sitting in there. You know what I'm saying? And Walmart or somebody could go ahead and they can develop it for you. Either way, it's just it's just wild to see that these are one of those lost arts that are just taking place because of where we are in time, because of the things that we've come to develop throughout history. People ain't freaking filming no more, really. Filming no more. People may be taking video, but using film, 8 millimeter and everything else like that, it's a totally different art. I could tell you right now that I remember when I was on the plane that I used to fly, right? The EP3 and a couple of submarines I used to ride. There was something called the DTR-16, right? And so the DTR, I think DTR stood for the digital tape recorder. And here I am, it's like my first time I'm about to start flying, right? Um, and this film recorder, this or not even a film recorder, excuse me, but this is some of the tech that we used to conduct work, right? The DTR-16. For anybody out there that's flown on this bird or that has worked with a DTR-16, you want to know what it is? It is a glorified VHS recorder and playback machine. It's a VCR. It's a VCR, y'all. And the last time I used that thing was I first started using it in 2011. No, 2010, 2011, something like that. And the last time I used it was in 2017. And this was like 8 years ago when I was still enlisted, and it hadn't changed. you had to use a digital tape recorder. You had to use an actual tape. You put the tape inside the thing, and then you start doing what you need to do. And it didn't last long. You had maybe, depending on what it was you were recording, depending on the size of it, it would last you maybe 18 to 21 minutes. That's how much time you had to do your job with this one thing. So we would get on board, whether I was flying at the time and after I switched duty, or whether I was riding a boat, and then I would get on with these stacks of VHS tapes. Right? They were not even going to talk about the type of tapes they were, but they were these tapes. I'd get on with this damn media. And this is what I was told, was that before, because people were excited about the tapes and I didn't understand why. I was like, this is a freaking cassette tape. Are you kidding me? Right? People were excited because the guys prior to me getting there, they were like, you should have seen what we had to use before. I was like, well, what'd you have to use before? You know what they told me? Reel to reel. Yes. That old 8 millimeter stuff, that's what we used in like 2009. That's what my squadron had used. And that's what some of these submarine guys they would use. They would use 8 millimeter film to conduct what it was that we were doing. And I'm like, oh my God. But with this is one thing I recognized, right? That even though, and I thought, even though it seemed a little bit archaic and it seemed a little bit wild that you would be using equipment like that, because I did know that the guys like the Japanese, the Spanish, all these different the Aussies and stuff, they would use better, more advanced media, right, to conduct basically the same job. Now, one thing I started to notice was that it is almost as if those old media still serve a strong purpose. And what do I mean by that? So we have we have this we have a lot of new stuff, and the amount of new stuff that we keep coming out with, it blows my mind. Um like I'm still like awestruck by the CD and the DVD, right? The the mini disc, right? All those things, even though we may claim them to be old, they're still very capable forms of media and technology. So, what it kind of made me understand was that even though the stuff is old, it's still useful. And it's almost as, not that it's foolproof totally, but with all these things going around, these viruses going everywhere, this one could be affected by that could be affected by this. It's so old that it's almost as if it's foolproof to those viruses and this one and that one. Really, the only way you could damage stuff like that is if you get too much noise on it or some kind of interference, or you just flat out just smash it and destroy it, right? But but something like a VHS tape, the fidelity may not be there, but that's the actual whatever it is you're trying to capture. That is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And so I always thought that was a remarkable thing. And really the only reason I'm talking about that is because I was just talking about the cameras and everything else in film. But anyway, that's enough nostalgia. That's enough nostalgia. It's good to see y'all. And yes, let me see. Now you can use exactly, micro SD cards. Remember when everybody was excited? Oh my goodness. What is it? 256 megabytes. Wow, 256 megabytes on 256 megabytes on a micro SD, 256 megabytes on a disk. Everybody was so excited about that. Now we're at like 2 terabytes on a micro SD card. It's amazing. It's amazing how crazy and how far and how fast the storage has come in the last 2-3 years, how fast the storage, or how big the storage has gotten. Yeah, analog for the win. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about, man. You can't beat those old forms of media, because Lord knows, man. Lord knows, something's going to happen if crap hits the fan. Microfiche. I think I showed you guys film of me making my showing and displaying my microfiche stuff and everything else. Um, just knowing that you can always go back to the old stuff and it's still reliable. You know what I'm saying? Um, it's still reliable and it still holds weight and it still gets done what you need to get done. Now, as far as plugging a thing like you know a rotary phone into the wall and trying to make it work, good luck. With how advanced and how crazy things have gotten with fiber optics and all that, I don't know if the rotary phone will really work, but it's wild. It's wild. Just different forms of technology. I know on the ship we had, for all you guys that have served in the military that might have been whether you were in the Navy or in the Coast Guard or something similar, we had something called sound powered phones. And these phones, their source of power was a vibrating crystal. You understand? So a sound powered phone, you would click the button, you would kind of, in order to get in contact with the people that were by the phones, you would, like, they'd call it squelch or growl. You would turn this spindle, you'd spin it, and then it would make this squeaking noise, right? You'd actually turn a dial in order to transmit to a specific station. And this is old technology. This technology is wired. It's hardwired, built into the ship. But we still use sound powered phones, right? And this is technology, if I'm not mistaken, it's from like as far back as the 30s. So we're talking nearly 100 years of sound powered phone technology on a Navy ship, but it works and it's effective. And then the reason why we still use things like sound powered phones, obviously, is because if you lost power on a ship, because that happens more often than you think, or if you're in a position to where you shut power down for whatever reason, you still have the capability to communicate via the sound powered phones. You go ahead, like I said, you'd growl on that little spindle joint, and then it would make this weird noise like it sound like a dog that you're chasing, like for all you Navy blokes and blokettes out there, right? Shipmates and shipmateettes out there, for all you people that are familiar with the Navy stuff. Sound powered phones, very, very critical part to every military mission on every, waterborne platform, whether it's a submarine, surface ship, all those guys have sound powered phones and they're they're effective. This is why we've been using it for nearly 100 years. So you can't sleep on the old tech. Don't think you could sleep on the old tech. Even if you have it, right? Old video games, right? If you have an Intellivision, an Atari, uh, you know, Atari 600, Atari 200, whatever, Intellivision, Commodore 64. Don't get rid of your old games. They might serve some purpose. Who knows what? I don't know. 3DO, TurboGrafx 16. I could go on and on. Sega Master System, Pong, right? I could go on and on. Keep the old tech around. It still may serve some kind of purpose, and we just don't know what that purpose is yet. So it's always good to just keep it around just in case. Anyway, um, tonight, our originally was going to discuss the Sea Kings, right? The ancient maps of the Sea Kings. Mix it up with the Monty map, but there were a couple of pressing, I think, a couple more pressing matters that needed to be discussed. Um, and I kind of wanted to run it by the foundry. I think people's participation is going to be important in tonight's discussion. And I know I'm changing gears rather fast, so just bear with me, right? Because I'm trying to stick to the topic and not have people sit there talking shit to me. So I just wanted to talk on a few things, right, that I feel need to be discussed if they haven't already been discussed in other channels. So the first is let's talk about a level of respect that we have for one another, right? And I'm not trying to say that certain channels have deserve more respect than other people, but the amount of respect that we have for one another as people, right? Whether you're of the flat, whether you're of the globe, just the amount of respect that we would like to give to other people because we would like for them to show that same amount of respect to us. Um, I think this is something that, if like again, if it hadn't been discussed, I think it needs to be discussed. And so here we are. Um, Part of the reason in which I'm talking about the whole respect aspect of things. God damn it! What I'm, you know what? I'm gonna just put that alarm off. I'm gonna put that alarm off because it just pisses me off. I seem to be doing a show anytimes I'm on with y'all. But I'm gonna put that damn alarm off. Sorry, y'all. So part of the reason why I'm talking about the whole respect thing is because I feel that us as a community sometimes, and I'm guilty of it too. I'm not perfect. I am guilty of it too. Us as a community, we could kind of get lost in the sauce of things, and sometimes we get a little bit loose with our words. I'm putting it nicely. We get a little bit loose with our words, and so um you know, because we are where we are, we're usually away from each other, and we're protected by the internet. We're protected by a computer screen. We feel that we could say whatever we want, and like I said, I can be guilty of it too. I know I get mad a lot, or I be saying some wild shit sometimes. But oftentimes when I say what I say, like it's coming from the heart, right? It's coming from the heart, and a lot of times when I do come out my face and I feel I've kind of slighted someone, or they may take it as disrespect, I've been getting disrespected back. And so I feel that the best way to quell that is to give the disrespect right back. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm just telling you what it is, how it is I handle my business. With that being said, I know within the last few days, we've had those of us in the community that have kind of gone off. I'm not going to say go off the rails, but rather um, they've kind of spoken a little bit harsh to the community members. Now, I'm going to harp on this again, and saying that again, I value what it is you guys bring to the community. I think what it is you guys bring is an important piece and puzzle to what we got going on out here. So, so uh there's no ill feelings and no ill will that I have towards you guys. um Now, you may have those of us, and I've said it already, but I just want to kind of make it firm that some of us may feel the same way I feel, but maybe the words may have come out a little bit different. Now, that doesn't mean, now some of you guys may know who I'm talking about. I've been getting recent emails as far as if I've had beef with folks, and I don't, right? I don't have any malice towards anyone, right? Even if you're of the globe and you're that person whose name we shall not mention, right? Right? Even though you could be that person as well. Uh I don't have any ill will towards that person. I don't have anything bad to say, just because that person is who they are. It's cool, right? They come on to my show, as long as they're cool and respectful, they're going to get treated right. They're going to get treated properly and as a human being. Whether we want to think that they're a type of person or not, that's neither here nor there. They still deserve some level of respect. Now, there have been folks that have been coming at their own audience, and I'll just be honest with you. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't like that. Okay? I don't like that. I don't like the mistreatment of anybody that's of this that's of this belief that we live where we live, and business is conducted in a particular way. If you're being mistreated, I frown upon that. I'm not gonna lie, right? Uh, Maybe other people may feel it's business as usual. It's business. You guys are just numbers. Some people might feel that way, and I gotta respect it. That's their opinion, right? But in my opinion, like everybody in the foundry, everybody counts. Everybody is valuable to the mission that we're trying to get done. And have we truly figured out what this mission is? It's to get the truth out. Whatever that truth is, it's to get it out there, right? It's the truth. And I'm kind of going to harp on that here in a little bit, but I just want you guys to kind of follow along with me. And, I know I joke around. I know I mimic people and I do all that other stuff. That's all out of love. That's because I like you guys. Because if I like you, I'm going to mimic you. If I don't know how to mimic you, it's just because I don't know how to mimic you yet. But I'll figure it out. But if I like you, usually I just mimic you and I make fun of you. Right. But I poke at you. I poke at you. And if you poke at me, I kind of expect it. It's all out of love. But the disrespect is it's something that I think we need to we need to make sure. And I think you guys are really good at making sure and keeping people in check when it comes to the disrespect. That rhymes, by the way. But it is important that we just keep people in check, whether we like them or not, with the disrespect, right? I know there was a person that was I know that was a Tarot 306. Tarot 306. Look, man, you trying to get me in trouble right now. Tarot 306. Tarot 306 already knows, man. You trying to get me in trouble right now, man. but but as far as the disrespect is concerned, uh let's in order for this to work, I feel we keep those in check that push the disrespect. That rhymes too. That rhymes. I'm on a roll and I'm doing my best to not be. Now making sure that we call it out when we see it, right? Since a lot of people are saying before the final experiment, right? A lot of people are saying during and then after, right? You've had a lot of disrespect during the final experiment. And then ultimately, this is something that I'd been calling out, right? And a lot of that, what I was calling out was they're trying to divide us. They're trying to divide us. I could see it from a mile and mile away. They're trying to divide us. So, um, when when I see it and I'm calling it, whether I'm wrong or not, which I didn't think I was, we see it, we're seeing it play out, right? Um, it's another way to split us as people. We're already small, even though our numbers are growing. We can't take the people that come on board. We can't take them and the numbers that we're growing with for granted, because I honestly feel that even though we are people and people are going to make mistakes, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't have room for error, but at least we know that we have to be cognizant. At least we understand that we have to be and we should be cognizant of our actions. Right now, of course, I know you guys are probably saying, "Oh, Vlad, you ain't got no business talking because you cuss up and down." I know, I know, I cuss a lot. I tend to cuss a lot and I tend to say a lot of tar shit, right? I tend to say a lot of tar things, but I take it on the chin, right? I am responsible for the things that I say, and I'm accountable. I understand that I'll be held accountable as I have been in the past, right? For the things that I say, and I'm cool with it. I'm a grown ass man, so I ain't going to run from my words. I mean what I say, and I say what I mean, right? Unless I say, I'm joking. If I say, man, I'm gonna slap you upside your head, I'm not really gonna go to your house and slap you upside your head. I think that's a waste of money, and that's a waste of slap upside the head to be committing. And then plus, I don't want to do that to nobody. That's stupid. So, um, but at the end of the day, I think as a team, even though the flat Earth is strong with its division, we have to understand one another, right? We have to come to a place to where whether we agree with somebody's opinion or disagree with somebody's opinion, we let it be what it is, right? And if we make fun of that person, that's making fun. Like, I make fun of Z. Well, not make fun of Z, but I kind of mock Z. I kind of mock Natch. I mock everybody. I'm sorry. Everybody gets mocked when they deal with me, right? But it's all out of love. There is no disrespect to them. And again, when I disrespect, like flat out disrespect somebody, I feel, and I'm not saying it's right, but it's a defense mechanism on my part. And so I come out in defense of myself because I don't need nobody to defend me. The best person that could defend me is me, right? And my truth is, and that's what I feel is so important. is that I'm telling it like it is, right? I'm not concealing my hand. I'm not asking for money. I'm not trying to jip you guys or nothing like that. Like, I tell you guys the truth. I don't ask for nothing for myself. If I ask for something, I would probably ask for somebody else so that we could get certain things, certain processes in play. You understand what I'm saying? I.e., when old dude came on the show for a few weeks, and I'm sure a lot of people felt a certain way about that, and I was giving a particular person too much attention. I get it, right? But I feel that this is something unique that we had in the community that nobody else was giving much play to, that we needed to give a little bit of attention to. And so I wanted to focus in on that person along with their work. So seeing that a lot of you guys have a lot of you guys kind of helped move that along, and it was great. A lot of things happened, even though um this individual may not have gotten the stunning material that he got like the first time, those times in which we get to see oftentimes and we get to kind of break down and discuss. It was still a success in my honest opinion, because the person made it down there in one piece. The person, I met with that person, and I met other folks, right? Everything was good. It was good. Everything was straight. A lot of things were taken care of. A lot of business was done and taken care of. And so we got to see how the process played out. And why is that important? Because it was a team effort, right? And again, even though we're separated, when we come together, we can be quite effective. And when we keep the disrespect at a minimum, there's a lot we could get done. It's like there's nothing we can't get done when we work together, right? Now, I know I sound like Jesse Jackson and shit, Rainbow Coalition out this motherfucker, but just bear with me, right? Um, so uh you gotta see, uh you even though um the disrespect at that time was at a low, and thank you for that, and I want to say thanks, right? I want to say thank you for doing that and making sure that that person made it out there in one piece and then made it back in one piece, and you guys were willing to go the extra mile to make other things happen. Thank you. Right? I don't know if anybody said thank you to y'all, and for all you guys that housed that person, Roger, Harmon, um um freaking Mr. Nostrin, right? Alan, I think it's Alan Nostrin, right? I haven't heard from him. I know Nostrin, right? And he lives out there in Montana. So thank you guys. Thank you guys. You guys did a lot of things. You guys did more than what was required of you. And so like I think that us as a community, I definitely know that me, because I called it out and I said we should do A, B, and C, and it happened, right? I think I owe you guys a great deal of gratitude. So everybody knows Harmon, everybody knows Raja, and everybody knows Alan Nostrin, right? These guys are amazing, in that they did more than anybody could do at such short notice, and we got quite a bit done. And so I'm saying thank you on this person's behalf, even though I'm sure he said thank you. And uh, I want to say thank you also to the audience for helping make this happen. I don't think you guys get enough praise for the magic that we make happens, even though it may seem small. We're far apart, right? We're far apart, but we still manage to get things done, which in my eyes, it makes us unique, right? And so when I see us make good things happen, I think that when we work together, we're more effective, as opposed to being enemies or at some kind of opposition with one another, in which we break each other down and tear each other down. This to me, this flat Earth thing is relatively new, and I know I make it sound as if it's not important, but that's the thing, is it is important. It's very important to me, and it's a part of my life. Period. It's a big part of my life. And I would imagine that for you guys in the foundry that come in here that have been with me since day one, it's a very big part of your lives as well, right? And understanding that we vibe off of each other. I learn a lot from you guys. Um, and we do a good job at building each other up. I think it's the part when we start to kind of get sour for whatever reason, and then we tear each other down. We just I would just pray that we before we go off on each other in anger, that we kind of just give it a little bit, just give it some time to give things some time to cool off. And the reason I'm saying that is because of our penchant to have our egos put in check. I think this is one of the things that makes the flat earth community so unique and special, not just unique, right? Just last week I think it was. Um we had a couple of our brothers on here, good dudes on here, guys that I really admire and I really look up to. We had Geo on here, we had Harmon on here, and we had Geo Harmon, we had Reggie, we had Sam. It was like a whole, it was a whole conglomerate of folks, right? We had a good panel up here. I think Chicago Cubby Bear was in the house, a couple of people, right? Um, and Big G, Greg, um, live music, Greg was in the house too. So, um, what happened was there was some disagreements going on. There was some disagreements going on, and so certain words were being said, and then there was a threat to just get off the show at that time. I didn't want that person to leave, but he said that, hey, if I'm being talked to, if I'm being interrupted again, I'm just going to leave. Not going to hold any grudges. I'm just going to leave. And so the other person that was a little bit combative with him was he kept it he kept it to himself, even though he didn't agree. He kept it to himself. Now, at that moment, some people may have felt a certain way, but me, I was a little bit nervous. But when I saw that other person's reaction to that threat, I thought to myself, wow, we've come a long way. There's a lot of growth in here. And even though many people may not have thought about it at the time, I kept that with me. And so I wanted to say shout out and kudos to that person. It was it was Geo that kind of put things on ice. He calmed it down a little bit, and like he let the other person, which was Harmon, he let him talk. And so it was a very I think it was a fruitful discussion that we all had and a good dialogue. And there was a lot that I learned from those two guys on a story that I thought I was pretty familiar with, right? It was the Iron Republic. And so it that showed me a couple of things. What that did was it showed me that we may be apart and we may not know each other that well, but at least we have a lot of respect. We have a lot of respect for the other individual, where it could have went the opposite direction. Gio could have totally just kept going, running his mouth. The person would have left, and then he would have been like, yeah, beating his chest and stuff like that, but he didn't, right? He let the coolness take over. And that's hard. When you're hot, it's hard to just turn cold. It's hard to get cool and just get cold, right? Um, and so I think that's something that wherever you go, whatever you do, whether it's of the flat earth or something else, if you're going to hold a discussion with people, we could definitely take something away from that conversation that took place at that time, right? And I was very proud of those guys, and I was very proud of my panel, and I was very proud of the audience for holding it down and not egging either one of them on. The two guys did an amazing job continuing the discussion, and it was a great show. We had an awesome show. Um, and again, like I said, the takeaway I got from that was just seeing how much we've grown and how much we've learned, how much we've learned from each other, right? You can't, even if you're right, even if you're right, you can't approach every job with a hammer. Well, you can, but do you want to fix the problem by damaging the goods, or would you rather fix what the problem is by using a scalpel. You don't have to bring a mallet or you don't have to bring a sledgehammer to every job. Some jobs require a scalpel, some require a screwdriver, some require a wrench, right? Not everything requires bashing or everything requires certain, this not everything requires the same thing is what I'm saying. So learning to just have these dialogues with each other and learning to just flex back, giving the other person a little bit of room to breathe and talk and explain themselves, I think is what sets us apart from many other people and many other groups. Now, with that being said, there are folks out there that produce a lot of good stuff, right? A lot of work. And one of the things I enjoy doing is is allowing, not even allowing, I don't want to use that word. It's kind of like I allow you, I've allowed you. I don't want to say that, not allowing, but rather kind of taking people's work and highlighting it on my show. And every time I make it a point that if I'm going to take somebody's video and I'm going to show it off, I want to shout that person out. You understand? I want to give that person a little bit of, like, I want to give that highlight of that person, whether I'm talking good about their show, whether I agree, whether I disagree, whether you guys like them or not. I feel that whatever it is they've made is important to the show at the time. So we kind of play it and then we discuss it. So as we discuss it, you know, I'm looking at the comments and everything else, and then I'm making my opinions based off of whatever it is they've produced. Now, uh, I see other shows out there that show other people's stuff, and I don't know if they give those people enough credit. I'm not saying that they don't give them enough credit. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I like to give the people credit, right? If I'm using them as an example or using their material as an example, I like to highlight people's credit. I do not like to steal from people. I do not like to steal people's ideas. I do not like to, because it's so, listen, I've had my shit taken from me, right? And there have been accusations. I've been seeing accusations of other folks out there saying that their material has been stolen and taken. Here's the thing. You're not going to have that happen with me. I don't know whether that holds water. I don't know whether these accusations are true or not. That's not what I'm here to highlight. I'm just here to highlight that that is not what you're going to get with me. Okay. I make it a point. I almost go over the top to talk about whoever it is that's produced whatever. And I go as far as to say, hey, this is what I learned, and I learned it from this person, right? There's quite a bit that I've learned from Sam, Flat Earth Recon, that every time I learn something new, I bring it to you guys as something that I learned, but then I give the credit back to Sam. Even though he's like, whatever, I don't need the credit. I get it. Sure, he doesn't need the credit. But um social credit score. I get it. I got you. I got you. Do it. I got you. I got you. But even though he doesn't need the credit, I still want to show that, hey man, this is his idea, right? That it's not just my channel. We've got a bunch of amazing channels out there that I think should get some play. A lot of good channels out there that should get some run that maybe don't get enough playtime. They don't have enough subscribers, right? And maybe they should get more, and that would inspire them to do more, right? Because this is my thing, right? We've got a lot of smart people in the foundry. We've got a lot of talented people in the foundry that have a lot to offer to the community. And so again, like I've said it once, I've said it twice, and I can't say it enough, but a lot of the material that I get comes from you guys, right? And your ideas. And so I don't take what it is you mention and how we converse back and forth. I don't take any of that stuff for granted. So I feel that that you guys make these channels better and make my channel stronger. So credit needs to go where credit's due, really. And so again, I don't like to hide my hand and act as if a particular idea is mine and mine alone. Uh, there have been times though. There have been times where I thought I might have had an original idea, and then I've had other people tell me, "Well, I've heard that at this channel." Like for example, I thought that my idea for, women's periods and stuff like that being something based off of, their cycles, dealing with the moon stuff. I heard that that was an idea, or that was something from Uranon, but I thought I had this notion in my head that came in there back in 20, what was it, 2021, I think it was 2021. But Uranon had come up with this thing years ago, right? So when I mentioned it on somebody's channel and they said, "Hey, Uranon said that," you know what I'm saying? Then I said, "Hey, listen, okay, maybe I might have gotten it, or I might have heard it through the grapevine, or I might have gotten this information from somebody, but I thought it might have been my original idea." And that's how serious I am about taking other people's materials, or other people's ideas, because this is something that I thought was something that I genuinely come up with myself. And I don't want to, because my thing is this: I do not want to seem like I am biting. To me, stealing people's material is stealing, right? Stealing people's intellectual property is still stealing. You're still a thief. You know what I'm saying? Just because you can't, it's not tangible to you, right? It's still a level of work that somebody had to produce, right? For them to actually verbalize it in some kind of cogent fashion, it's work. You understand? You had to burn the freaking volts in your mind, in your head, in order to make these thoughts come out in the fashion in which you did, for people to understand what it is that you're saying, right? And so if folks were to come out and start saying it the way you said it, or the same thing that you said, and then they get credit for it, to me that's rather cheap, and that's stealing, right? And if they don't give the originator credit for those items being discussed, I feel again that's stealing. So to me, that's just one of those things that I'd much rather avoid, because I don't like to be called I wouldn't like to be called a copycat, a biter, right? Or anything, a plagiarizer, whatever, all that shit. I think that's like one of the lowest forms of bad stuff that you could do. I don't even know the right words to fucking use at this moment, but you understand what I'm saying. Like that's a bad look, especially if you're a content maker, right? I guess I'm a content maker now. I make shows every Tuesday and Friday, and sometimes on Sunday. Um, that if it turned out that I was like a Milli Vanilli, right? Or I was a you know, Carlos Mencia, I think that's his name, right? If I was like one of those guys, those fakers, one of these people stealing people's stuff and then producing it, like I would lose all credibility, whether I lost viewers or not, or whether I lost subs or not, doesn't matter. Nobody's going to take me seriously anymore, because I wouldn't, because then that would even if I did it just once, right? That would then demonstrate that any idea, no matter how good it sounds coming out of my mouth, if I do it just one time, it's going to show to the people watching me, is that your thought, or did you steal it from somebody else? Did you come up with that yourself, or is that something that you just took from somebody else's channel? Because the last time you tried that, you guys understand what I'm saying? Right? I'm not trying to beat that dead horse, but I think it's an important thing to kind of go over, because I think we've seen some of that, right? We've seen some of the whole people taking other people's ideas and then not giving anybody any credit. And to me, I'm like, damn, that really sucks. Like, I heard this guy talking about it, and now you're talking about it, but you're not giving that person any credit. I don't care how big your channel is, right? Or how small your channel is. Um, if you're taking a material from somebody else and you're not giving that person credit, you're stealing, right? You're taking shit from them people. That's hard. That's work. I already said that part. I don't want to go in circles about it, but if you see somebody doing it, say something. I sound like I'm like I'm saying, hey man, if you see something, say something, like it's terrorist watch. No, but it's material terrorism, I guess. Whatever, I don't know. It's stealing, right? But if you see something, if you hear something and it don't sound right, it'd be like, look, man, is that yours, right? And call you're gonna have to call people out for certain things. There has been a few times where I've seen folks taking other people's stuff, and I'm like, that don't mm, yeah, man. That's not right. You know what I'm saying? Um, oh, I appreciate it. Thank you for flossing on Philippification. Thank you, bro. He says you're not like that. We'll tell you, don't worry. I appreciate it. Yeah, keep it real with me. Um, yeah, yeah. So, uh, I feel you. Intellectual property and communication is general is no longer private. It's nearly impossible to protect it. I feel you on that. But here in the flat Earth community, we like know who's who in the zoo. You know what I'm saying? We know who this is and who that person is and everything else. Dr. Bose, how you doing, sir? Salute, salute. Good to see you. Gutter girl 61. How you doing, sis? It's good to see you. You know, Truth Trollette, you already know. I said hi to you, girl. What's happening? Good to see you, Dr. Bose. Dr. Bose, it's been a while. I think it's been since you told me about your dad being in class with Carl Sagan. Carl and Carl. Carl Bose, Carl Sagan. But it's good to see you, sir. Welcome. Welcome to the good doctor. Where's the evil Dr. Phil? We need evil Dr. Phil in here because we're gonna have two doctors in the house. But welcome, sir. Um, so yeah. Again, with that, just important, and we call them out and everything else because even though a lot of times we might feel as if uh it's good material and it's good stuff to talk about, we need to highlight those that it originate from, right? Don't like the last thing you want is to lose credibility because you look like a thief. Like, and here's the thing, I'm not saying this to if people feel that they're guilty of something, and I'm not trying to call anybody out because that's not what I'm doing right now. I'm just trying to highlight an issue that I see. That's it, right? Um, the last thing anybody wants is to lose the trust of the people in here, right? And you're not going to get it back. You're not. There are a couple of people that just experienced this from the final experiment themselves, and they've lost the trust of the people completely, right? And even though they've gained more, I feel they've lost everything. They may think that they've gained. Does that make sense? The uh, they even though they feel they've gotten more subs, they've made a butt ton of money. They've they've lost everything. They've lost everything. They've lost it, and so this is why I've made other videos about that loss of trust, gone for good, and it's on the record. It's not as if this is just something new. It's on the record. And then you got that nutbag out there, and shout out to whoever that nutbag is that records everything. You have somebody out there that gets everything, and he documents everything. And it's not the NSA. I'm not talking about them because they document everything, but I'm talking about that guy out there that knows who every left-handed person is. That guy out there that knows the person that all they like is white shoes and they only wear white shoes on Tuesday. That person out there that says, hey, doors in this region have this measurement, doors in this region have that measurement. Who knows that? That nutbag. And then you have that nutbag that just records everything, right? You don't want that nutbag to come out after finish recording everything and watching everything for the fifth time, right? To say, hey, there's a correlation between the shit that you say and the shit that this person says. And based off of the time frame of when they said it and when you said it, it appears as if you stole it. You understand? You don't need that. But in the case of this person that I'm talking about, the trust that they lost with the community or these people, the trust that they lost, not worth it. When you look at the grand scheme of things, right? All the people that they reached, all the people that they touched, right? And all the people that they inspired to go on to do big things. Whatever the reason is, whatever the reason was to make them do what they did, right? To be, I guess, you know, for all intents and purposes, let's use the word turncoat, to be turncoats. Whatever that reason, it doesn't matter. It's happened, it's done. And so you lose that trust. And so it changes the tone of everything going on. Because since you become a Benedict Arnold, right? And you've lost that trust with those people and you think you've gained more, but you've really lost everything. Like your word doesn't mean anything to anybody at this point. Your word means absolutely nothing to people at this point. And here's why. Because if you're going to go out and you're going to lie to the people that patronize you, you're going to lie to the people that trust you and trust your word and, rely on the news that you bring. If you're going to lie to them and you claim closeness with them, do you really think that those that you're going to be turning your face to, do you think that they're going to trust you? Nope. Nope. They're not going to trust you either. I'm going to tell you right now that if you've turned on us, let's just say you turned on us, and then you give your attention to this new group of people, right? Do you really think that they're going to trust you? They're not going to trust you either. And then other people are going to know about your actions, and then they're not going to trust you. Whether they could give a hoot about the flat earth or not, they're not going to trust you. Now, I know it sounds like I'm going far and I'm going deep, but I think this is an aspect of it all that needs to be touched and that needs to be highlighted and discussed because it relates. You understand? And so um after Judas did what he did, nobody trusts him. He could have the biggest channel and it's probably being inflated, and mm-mm, all that money don't mean nothing. It means nothing because here's the thing, Notch. All that money that you could have got, it's like, let me stop. But all that money, this is what it does. They've gotten us to a place to where it's it's tangible things you could put your hands on, things you could see, things you could eat, things you could fuck, right? And all these things, they bring it to where all these things that you just touch and you grab and you hold, they make it seem like that's it. That's the end all be all, right? It's the physical stuff and then there's nothing beyond that. So what that does is it makes you feel like, hey, I'm here. This is the only chance I have. I've got to take everything. I got to get it all. You know what I'm saying? I got to do this, I got to do that. I got to get it all. I have to have it all. I can't have none of them have some. I can't have none of them have some. I got to get it all. You understand? And so in essence, you become a hoarder. You become greedy because you're so attached to what this physical life is giving you, this physical realm. Everything that this place is giving you, that's all you know. So if you have really lost touch with the message that is the flat earth, I feel, right? You've lost touch with what this is all about. It's bigger. And this is why flat earth is so scary to those that don't understand it. It's a lot bigger than the earth being flat. It leads to understanding who we're not, right? It leads to us understanding where we're not, right? When we're not, right? It leads into more and more and more and more. And then ultimately you start to realize that all this stuff that you could touch and all this stuff that you think you're going to retain, it means nothing, right? And then as you shed the physical stuff, you're not afraid. You're not afraid, and the truth becomes It's the truth in not just what you deliver, but the truth in what you hear, the truth in how you live, and the truth in what you expect out of everybody, right? The truth becomes important. It becomes like sustenance to us. It's it's vital. The truth is important. It's important. Now, I'm not saying that everybody out here is perfect. I'm definitely not saying that I'm important. Um, Good a girl. That's an anchor. It is an anchor. I'm a retired Navy chief. It's a gold anchor. So it it isn't it isn't those things that we take or that we've come to take for granted, because the truth is very, very, very important to us. So much so that we've developed, you get a visceral reaction to those that you feel are lying to you. And it doesn't matter how small the lie, whether you're whether you say that, you go from the earth is flat, now I think the earth is a globe, and you lie about that, or you say, hey, I vaped but I didn't vape. It doesn't matter how small that, did you guys notice how small that is, right? How small a lie that is. Hey, I vaped, I didn't vape. Okay, all right, I did vape, but you know what I'm saying? You get that person lost, they lost. That person lost. And they very well could have been telling the truth about everything else. But you want to know something? To your audience, that lie right there sealed your fate. It sealed your fate with everything else. Everything that you do from that point, that person did from that point, is suspect. It's suspect. So, and exactly, yes, it's still a lie. It's absolutely still a lie. So what ends up happening, and I've noticed, is that we 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 come back to who we were supposed to be from day one. um because there's something, and this is what I mean, is that there's something that you lose. It's like you lose an innocence. You lose an innocence when you believe the globe, when you believe the ball lie. I'm not trying to sound poetic or anything like that, but I truly feel that lie is like putting, it's like putting a bit of poison in your body, and it alters how you think, and it alters how you continue to live your life. You don't know it. You don't know it, but the that premise right there, that the earth is one way when in fact it's not, that right there sets the tone for the rest of our lives. Doesn't matter how well it goes, doesn't matter how bad it goes. It does, though. It just does. You understand? And so it's a hard thing. And it kind of comes back to everything else that I discussed like a little bit back just previously, right? Couple of things happen when you understand what this place is, right? The truth, you realize how important the truth is. You like you re-examine everything. And you understand like the the s- the nutrition that comes from the truth, and why it's such a big deal, and how after you've seen the truth, you don't want to go back. You just want more, right? And so, because we are where we are, and we want we're like after it like a bunch of hungry dogs, and I think that's an amazing thing. I haven't seen so many excited and wild old people. I'm one of you guys. I haven't seen so many excited and wild old people for something as basic as photographs of an area or a map, or books. I've spent more money on books and education outside of the realm of college and everything else, on books and education, than I have spent on clothes in the last 10 years. I swear. In the last 2 years, I've spent more on education than I have on clothes. that's how effective the truth is on a person's psyche. After you taste it just a little bit and how sweet that water is, if that's something that you've been craving for a long time, you need it to be in your life 24 sevens. And there are those that look for the same thing that you do. And then we find ourselves in the foundry, right? And then we find ourselves, whether we agree with particular lifestyles or not, it's like you are looking for the truth as you just as much as I am. Okay. Okay, DeWitt, straight laces, not wild dogs, Vlad, but wide-eyed children. Okay, sure. Maybe that was a poor use of words, but you understand where I'm coming from, right? We're hungry. We hunger for it. So that when somebody comes with something other than what it is that we come to know as the truth, or something that we know is not the truth, when they come at us a certain way, we tend to kind of lose discipline, and we give them they get a visceral reaction from all of us. I understand. Um, but know that when you're in a place of where you're discovering and you're looking, it tends to it brings our defenses drop, because now you don't because now you know that you can't trust you truly we truly can't trust anything that we've been told, and everything requires some form of re-examination. You understand? And so it's a place of innocence. We become vulnerable in this state. uh Flat earthers, even though people think we're weird, it's fine. We accept it, right? Even though people think we're stupid, we're fine. And we accept it, right? Nobody, like I've said before a million times, and I didn't this I said I've never wanted to be a flat earther. Nobody, as far as I know, wanted to be a flat earther. Now I'm starting to hear everybody saying it now, right? And I'm not saying that I was the first person to say it, but I know I was like, that's something that I've echoed to myself. I never wanted to be a flat earther. I never wanted to be here. I wanted to believe in the globe. I wanted the globe to be real. I wanted to give the liars the benefit of the doubt. As much rope as I could give those liars, I wanted to give them every inch, every foot of rope, right? But with seeing what I've seen, because think about it. Think about all the lies that think about all the rope that we've given the quote unquote leadership, which they're not leaders at all. They're terrible leaders. I've worked with leaders, right? And they helped shape me to become a real good leader myself when I was in the military and then outside of that. But those people that claim to be leadership, the top brass and the White House, this one, that, they are not leaders. They, they are far from it. That is not, they are not leaders, right? When we, when we get around that, you just know. You understand it, you know it, right? And it's not a false confidence. It is who that person is, or they are who they are. And you could feel it from them. And they're going to give it to you real. They're going to give it to you straight. They're not going to bullshit you. Those guys are not leaders. So that when we're here, we're in a vulnerable position, right? And I'm not saying that it's okay, but I'm saying this is the reality that we need to come to grips with, and this is a reality that we need to not only pay attention to, but we need to, after we're cognizant of it, like bolster ourselves for whatever comes from it. Because like I said, nobody likes to be talked shit to. Nobody likes to be made fun of. Nobody likes to be even here's the thing, even if you're the only right person in a sea of 1,000 people, you're the only one that's right, you're still in a sea of 1,000 people. You're still one voice. Even though you're right, you're still one voice. And it still rubs off on you a certain way, right? To be made fun of, to be called names, to be considered less than, because of what you know, not even what you believe, but rather what you know, right? You could go out. There are people out there that could go out, do some nasty shit, and then they're not going to catch no flack. There are people out there doing foul shit to other people, and then they're going to be given a raise. They're probably going to be given a pension, and then they're going to be told to leave this institution. They're not going to have to suffer any consequences, right? There are people out there that do foul shit on a daily basis to people, and we praise them. But here we are. We approach the world hands up, and we admit to them the truth. We admit to them what this place isn't. We tell them how it is we feel and how we got there, and then we're shat on. And then we kind of it kind of makes us feel a certain way. But then it's remarkable because of the lack of fear, because we're announcing ourselves, because the lack of fear that we have, the lack of fear that we have. And let me tell you something, there are a lot of people that are jealous of us. You may not know it, but those globies, do you not think they're sitting there? You don't, why do you think they watch us and we don't watch them? Why do you think they give us so much attention? We don't want to watch their debates. We don't go to their channels. We don't patronize them. We don't go to their channels and give them money just to say, hey, I just came to tell you that you're wrong, but I like your show. No. You know why? It's bullshit. We know it's bullshit. We know it's a lie. And that's exactly what it is. They want what we got. They want what we got. And yeah, Pebbles said it right on the money. They want what we got. How are you going to get what we got? How are you going to get what we got? Where you are. All you do, you sit there, you deny what's right in front of you. We're not, here's the thing, you're denying what's right in front of you. We're not here to, and look at this. I got it on, baby. Got it on. We're not here to make fun of you, right? We don't, every once in a while we'll poke fun at them and everything else like that. But we've seen it. We get it. We see it. We get it. It may have been hard for many at first, but we're here, right? And because we're here, it took a lot. It took a lot of soul searching. It took a lot of kowtowing and admitting that we were wrong, and we had to shed the ego. We had to shed the ego. I didn't want to. It doesn't matter. Listen, doesn't matter what my qualifications were, right? And like I said, I spent a lot of time in the military, a lot of time in the military doing a multitude of weird things, a lot of things I've never even discussed with you guys, and I probably never will, right? A lot of weird, strange things that I've done, and it allowed me to see this place in a unique fashion that if I hadn't been in the military, I probably never would have seen the world the way I have, right? And for that, man, God bless the Navy, man. God bless the USA, and I've been fortunate in that regard. And for all the ladies and men that I served with, shout out to you guys and all my shipmates. You guys were awesome. You guys made my experience amazing for 23 years in the Navy. And salute, thank you. And during those experiences with those amazing men and women that I got to serve with, I got to see the world for what it is. And I'd been fortunate. And because I have that knowledge, I can't turn back. I can't go back to the globe. So if I if I'm in the midst or in the presence of somebody that's of the globe that makes these claims and everything else, I have to just give them the truth. I can't say, okay, let's debate. What about this? What about no, I can't, because look, if I go outside and I look up at the sky and it's like 12 o'clock noon and it's clear outside and I say the sky is blue, it's not red, like, and I'm being asked, well, tell me why it's not red. And I'm like, well, because it's blue. Well, prove to me that it's blue. And I'm like, I can't listen. You're going to have to go outside and you're going to have to look for yourself. I don't know what else to say. You just got to do it for yourself. I'm not going to sit here and fight and argue. And again, one of those things, uh, uh, tricky words, the tricky wording effect, trying to score points with people, getting more people on my side to listen to what it is I have to say over what you have to say. We're past that part, guys. Like, congratulations, you've made it through the fire. You're here. You don't have to do that because this place is what it is. The earth gives it to you plain. The earth gives it to you plain. There we go. The semantics. Thank you. All these semantics, splitting hairs and everything else like that, it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. So, in all honesty, like, you hear this saying, you gotta lie to flirt. What do we have to lie about? We're innocent. There's an innocence in being a flat earther. There's an innocence in being a true level earther, which to me it's the same thing. Like, I hear these people say, you're a truther, a true earther, not a flat earther. I'm like, it to me, it's the same fucking thing. I think the earth is flat and it's truly flat. So I'm looking at the earth, the truth of what this place is and what this place is not, rather, right? So there's an innocence to what it is we're we're looking at, and there's an innocence in how we're approaching it, and there's a lot of frustration behind it as well, and there's a lot of anger and I understand why there's anger. We understand why there's anger, which is why a lot of times we kind of push each other to get at the person that's offending or us or kind of going against what it is we know that we have in front of us. um and it's totally understandable, but we've come a long way to get to where we are. We have, in a short amount of time, I think, right? We've come a long way. We've learned a lot. And some of us may have come here kicking and screaming to get here. But uh, I'm sure that everybody in the foundry can agree that your life is better now than what it was prior to knowing the truth. I would say that. Um, I do know that I was going through a divorce and everything else like that when I started to come. It's funny. It's so funny that my life was changing in that way when I started to learn that the earth was flat, right? And that those that didn't believe me, they were getting out of my life. It's as if God was working the divorce. I hate to have to say that because I it's almost as if he's like, this is the element you need out of your life, right? And so, yeah, my family, they didn't take to it too well. They didn't, and I'll be honest with you, I wasn't taking to it too well because they weren't taking to it too well. But I never, even though they didn't, and I tried to kind of hold back, I couldn't. I couldn't because it's what the truth was, right? And because that's what the truth was, that's what I had to go with. And I didn't like it. It was like taking medicine that I knew I needed to take, but I knew even though it tasted bad, it was going to help me in some way. I just didn't know how. All I was thinking to myself is, how the fuck does this flat earth shit make my life any better? It looks like it's just getting worse. Sometimes when you're healing, you feel like shit. Sometimes when you're getting over a cold, you feel weak. Sometimes after you break a bone, it heals itself, it repairs itself, and it hurts like a motherfucker. But that's because the repairing process requires just a little bit of soreness and a little bit of pain. But your body's going through a developing process in order to make that bone, that muscle, whatever, that scar tissue is going to make that area of disrepair not only repaired, but a lot stronger than what it was prior to you breaking it. You know what I'm saying? Depending on your conditioning and whether you're living a healthy lifestyle and all, right? Um, but going through that process is the same thing. And we wind up here. We can't go back to what the BS was, but the innocence of what it is we do is it's unlike anything else that you can experience. And why is that? Because this is the foundation. This is the bare bones basics of everything. The flat earth is like it's it. The flat earth, this old world the time, everything else like that. Like that's who we are, that's where we are, that's when we are, right? All that laid bare right in front of us. And we've come to see that it's the thing, it's important. So when the globies come in here and they try to knock us off of our horse and tell us that we're stupid and everything else, yeah, we may give them a little bit of pushback, but it doesn't matter what they say, it doesn't matter what they do or how they do it, we still wind up back here. That final experiment thing was supposed to be that thing to knock us off of our horse. But whether that thing spun here, the sun, it spun there, whether they went, whether they didn't, guess what? Still flat. We're flat earthers, not sun tellers, not moon watchers, not star searchers. No, flat earthers. That's it. That's it. And so with that innocence, again, like I'm harping on the innocence aspect of it because we're approaching this like children and we're seeing it with this world with a new set of eyes, and it's a wonderful, right? This place is more wonderful than we thought it was. We thought it was a little bit gray and strange, but again, like I've said before, the strangeness is good, and the strangeness of what this place is seems familiar in that we look at it, even though we don't fully understand it, we do understand that it feels right. It just feels right. um like when yeah, I think I've mentioned it before, like when I was a kid and I'd be in downtown Brooklyn, and then I would look at these trolley tracks everywhere, right? I would see these trolley tracks that, because the asphalt had been worn out, trolley tracks get exposed. And I'm like, trolley tracks? What are trolley tracks doing here? Right? And this world was totally different back in the day. It just didn't make sense to me. But seeing how everything's being laid out, seeing that there was something that took place that we're not too familiar with, and that was one of the areas that was bombed and hit, right? New York, right? It makes sense. The strange stuff, even though it looks strange and it sounds strange, feels like that's where that belongs. This is how whatever happened, it's starting to come together to where when we get these visits from these globe people coming in here telling us that we don't have it right, it doesn't matter how strong they think their argument is. It doesn't matter if there was a Neil deGrasse Tyson that was to come in here. This is how powerful our movement has become. And this is how strong in our conviction that we become. Think about that. Just think about it. Neil deGrasse Tyson could come in here with Michio Kaku, and then they could resuscitate Stephen Hawking. You know what I'm saying? They could get all these motherfucking scientists in here, and they could talk about how this world is a globe. They could show us all these videos of all this BS. All right, well, explain to us this curve. Explain to us why these guys are on dang harnesses. Like we'll sit, we'll listen, and it doesn't matter what they say. It's bullshit. They've lost. They've lost. So, like, don't be discouraged. Don't feel as if these Globers have a leg up on you because you're not in their channels. You're not in their DMs. You're not asking them questions. You're not combating them on a channel that is trying to use your attention and point your attention at a useless event like a debate, right? Think about it. Just think. Let's just think. How many debates have we seen on Judas's channel? Judas Campanella. How many debates have we seen on his channel? How many debates have we seen with the other guy? I don't even want to say his name, right? How many times have we seen debate after debate? And then what did we get because of it? Oh, they won a debate. They won a debate. Oh, wow, they won the debate. Where does that put us? Okay, they won a debate against two. Against two, and for what? Okay, they won the debate because they proved that the earth is flat, even though we could tell that it's fucking flat because we've seen it a million times. Many of us have done the experiments a million times. Like, it's a waste of they were running out the clock for what? I have no idea. I don't know. But do you notice how, because those guys have kind of fizzled out, these debates have become useless? You notice that? Like, ain't nobody talking about no debate. There is no debate. Nobody's talking about, oh, the great debate. Let's watch this guy go here, go there. Like, no, like it's a waste. There's no work being done. And I know I know we've had one of our brothers coming in here and getting on everybody about he does the work, they do the work, I do the work, and you guys aren't doing anything. You're sitting here. Ah, I do all the work. Well, relax, slow down, right? We're all doing some form of work, right? We don't all have to be doing the same thing. We don't all have to be, using a hammer to get certain things done. We don't all need to be using scalpels, right? Some people have different ways of approaching a subject in order to get certain things done. So we all have our part to play. And you want to know something? Even though we're split, even though we're at different parts of the world, we got Jono Edwards is in the house. I know it. Geo is in Aruba, right? Um, Freaking Maria is in Cali. Pebbles is in LA, Louisiana. Pebbles. Lord Race, I don't know where you at, right? Harmon is in Nevada. DeWitt Cubby, Chicago Bear, I'm assuming is in Illinois, right? We got all these people. Justin Johnson, don't know where you from. DeWitt Straight Laces, don't know where you from. Truth Trollette, have no clue where you're from. Lock Smart, don't know where you're from. Jono Edwards is from Australia, right? Swallow's from Australia. So all these people from all these different walks of life, all around the world, around this big, beautiful, flat world, right? We still manage to keep in some semblance of contact with one another because we understand that even though we come in here for an hour or five, right, that there is a value in having the person that understands what this place is. There's a value in it, right? And that's something, even though we're separate, that's something that they don't have in the globe, because there's a lot that needs to be answered for in the globe that they can't answer, but we can answer here in the flat earth. We know it, we got it. It is what it is. It is what it is. We don't make the rules, we didn't make this place, but we know what this place isn't. We know what this place isn't doing, and we know that we've been lied to. And really, that's all you need. That's all you need. And really, it's the truth in understanding these things. That's what makes us powerful. And that's what allows us to move ahead. You understand? And Nicole Shackelford, she's in Washington. What's happening, Nicole? Good to see you. Right? She's in Washington. So everybody has their role to play. And like, guys, and this is why I don't mind. I really don't mind the Globe folks coming in here to say what it is they have to say, to do what it is they think they're gonna do, right? We have, you know, the Tootsie Roll coming in here talking mess. Vlad, you're a coward, Vlad. You're the Hamburglar, or whatever the hell she said the last time she was in. I don't see, it's this mass confusion that they want us to suffer from, that we know. We know the name of the game. We understand the name of the game. And so we're starting to pull back from that delusion, and it's frightening to them. It has become to where now we're confident in who we are and what we know. They need to be in here. They need to watch. They need to get us off our horse. And I'm telling you, man, it's an amazing place to be. And it's amazing time to be in this place, because it's confusing to them. It's confusing to them, whether they know the truth and they don't want to admit it, or whether they don't know the truth and they don't understand why we're smiling so much, why we feel like we're at peace. Because you know why? it's like it's the fourth quarter with 10 seconds left on the clock, and we're up by like 300 points, and we have the ball. Does that make any sense? That's how it feels being a flat earther. And they don't understand that feeling. They don't understand that feeling of certainty because they've been lied to their whole time. And their ego is keeping them from understanding what this truth is. So they're going to do anything. They're going to do anything in their power to make it bad for us. They're going to get us to where we fight one another. They're going to get us to where we don't trust one another. They're going to get us to where we think something is just, I don't know, something is just, it's just not right. Things just don't sit right in the community. And it's, I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to say other than yeah, we got it, y'all. We got it. They don't. They're going to be here. They're going to be talking all that mess, and it is what it is, man. They're going to try and take channels like this one down. It is what it is. You guys know that I'm on Rumble. So make sure to get my Rumble channel. There's no reason why you shouldn't have my Rumble channel already. Get on Rumble, y'all. Catch us out there. We've got a lot of good channels, right? We've got the Roger Ledwells. We've got, you know, we've got a bunch of good people in the community, and we've got all these channels out there and available to us, right? So we definitely need to take advantage of what's going on here, and just know we know what this place is, but we need to start supporting these other channels as well, because we're like this, but we're like this, and whatever it is we're doing, it's working. We just need to start doing more. We just need to start doing more. And I think that those guys are starting to see it, and don't be surprised with their actions here in the next few weeks. Like, really don't even be surprised with their actions. They're going to come at us a different way, because we know that these whatchamacallits are, there's no success in these debates. These debates are a waste of time. Doesn't matter what the debate's about. It's a waste of time. Doesn't do anything. Doesn't further anything. And really, we got to stay on these people's helmets to tell us the truth, or else we're gonna give the truth the way we know how. That's it, right? We had people out there, right, driving out there looking a little bit wild, but it is what it is, man. They approached it that way. They were out there delivering flat Earth truth, right? And hey, man, shout out to you guys that were doing that. Shout out to you guys handing out pamphlets, man. Shout out to y'all, because it's the truth. And it doesn't matter if there are a million people out there and you give it to all a million, and 999,999 don't agree. As long as you get that one, you've done more than enough, right? You've done more than enough. And actually being boots on the ground and just delivering the truth the way it's supposed to be delivered, I give you props. I give you all the props in the world. All the props. And shout out to you real ones out there, man, because ain't too many of us, but that's starting to change. Those numbers are starting to grow. Who we got in the house? Who we got in the house? Chicago Cubby Bear is here. That's who we got in the house. Chicago Cubby Bear, what's going on, family?
How's it going? From the heart of the storm.
Going. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
How's everything, man?
I'm good. It's just storming like crazy. If I drop out or whatever, it's probably just because of the storm. So
okay.
But it's good. I'm down in the dungeon, so no worries.
All right. Yeah, you're protected. Okay. Yeah. No tornadoes, hopefully.
No, I think it's got about 10 more minutes, and I think the worst of it will pass. So
okay, good. I know you guys be getting some crazy ass storms out there, so just as long as you're being safe.
Yep. How you doing tonight, man?
Man, just holding it down. A couple of things I just wanted to kind of go over in the house. Just a couple of things that I noticed, a couple of things that I thought needed attention. Nothing wild, nothing crazy. just a couple of things I wanted to hammer out. Um, and just basically thanking the guys in the foundry, just letting them know that these guys they delivered a lot more than I expected. And
Yeah.
I don't think I don't think you guys got to hear enough praise and thank yous from those that got to do the things that they did. A lot of it wouldn't have been done without y'all. You know what I'm saying? And so it happened. And but anyway, I'm saying all that to say that that was small, and that even though that may have been small, it was big, and we could do more. You know what I'm saying? We could do a lot of things that don't let these. It doesn't have to be the way they say it needs to be done. It doesn't need to be scripted. It doesn't have to look a certain way. It doesn't. We've already thrown those notions out that their way, whatever their way is, those liars out there, it's it's not effective. There's a
Yeah.
reason as to why they have us approach certain things a particular way, right? There's a reason why they do it that way. And we're starting to unravel a lot of these truths. And because we're starting to see that at least I'm starting to see for sure that a lot of their lies are just entrenched, so well entrenched in everything we do on a day-to-day basis, to where it's like we got to throw everything away. And when we just need to do it our way, whatever that looks like, we need to do it our way, because their way is part of a lie. Their way stinks, and their way leads to a place that we don't want to go back to.
Yeah. Yeah. If you haven't noticed, they can't move on from it, man. They can't move on from the TFE. There's no other subjects they can move on to. What we do is so much bigger. You got the moon landing, you got true earth, you got flat earth, you got all this stuff with the ancient history and everything else. I mean, we got all these other subjects. They can't move on, man. This
Exactly.
community is a whole lot tighter. They're not even tight with anybody in their community.
Yep. Yep. That's true. And that's a big difference maker. And I think I'm not saying that we take it for granted, but because many of us are so much like on the same page. Maybe a few differences here, whether
Yeah,
there's a
sure.
firmament or not. We're like we're coming together in ways in which we didn't imagine, and because of that, it's just become seamless. We're like whatever. We're like whatever those globe people have going on. We're like whatever. It is
Mm-hmm.
what it is. Geo, what's going on, bro? We're
Hey,
like
man.
whatever. It is what it is. It's not important because it's probably bull anyway. Like they don't understand what sucks is that there's so little value in what it is they're presenting us, because like lies can't do nothing. It's like saying, hey, what am I having for breakfast? Oh, you're getting Annihilators, Twizzlers, Tootsie Rolls, and some lollipops. And it's like, why are you giving me shit that I can't use? Why are you giving me candy? I
Mm-hmm.
can't, like, I can eat it all day. It's going to get in my system, but what's it going to do for me? It does nothing for us. You understand?
It's a
Geo,
sugar high, and then you're gonna have the crash.
exactly. You're going to have the crash and have to deal with that nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
What's happening, G?
Good, bro. Good, bro. That was a nice speech. Yeah, man.
I appreciate that, bro.
Yeah,
Appreciate that, man.
it's good to value the people's work. Everybody is a piece of the puzzle. Every single one of us is a piece of the puzzle. I don't think nobody holds. I was joking in the comment section. I think it was 2 days ago when I said that, hey, my picture is better than the other one. Like,
Oh yeah, oh yeah,
I
I
don't
saw that.
care,
I know
Yeah.
you.
bro.
That's the
I
problem
don't.
with the internet, though, man. I mean, everything can get thrown out,
Yeah,
misconstrued, and all that with
Oh yeah.
stuff in chat or whatever. That's the problem. But we all mean well.
yeah.
Hmm.
I'm a very old school Caribbean thick skinned guy, and I make a lot of jokes, but I mean no harm,
Right.
especially with my flat fam.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean no harm.
And I think a lot of us understand that, but it's just good to know that at the same time, we want to make sure that we value everybody in here and show that and demonstrate that, and that everybody has a place, right? We all have our place, and we're all here to work together to achieve what I would imagine is the same common goal, right?
Yep.
So it's yeah, we're just in an interesting place in an interesting time
Oh
and
yeah.
all that.
It's
And
wild.
it is, and we're moving beyond people, and it's okay. Like, I don't I don't see I don't feel bad that we're moving past people and they
Right.
can't keep up with us because they're holding on to something that's not going to provide any fruit. They're holding on to something hard, and it's run out of steam, it's run out of gas, to where it's run out of its use. Its use is it's useless. It's useless. And they're I guess they're coming to terms with it. And the only way they can fight that feeling is to fight with us.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hey, did I bring the story about Glenn back forward? Here.
No, you didn't. What's up?
Oh shit, man. Oh my god. Uh, if you have a chance, anybody in the chat has a chance, go on Glenn Beck and look at the NASA stream that he did yesterday. It's a uncovering of a legal, lawful document that was published in Obama Times of $100 billion, 90 pages, only 90 pages, $100 billion.
What?
DEI, inclusivity, a story, literally just a fairy tale story about landing on the moon, not a structural planned document to get NASA to the moon, but a fictional tale document that Obama signed into law that allowed NASA to tell stories without facts, literally. And he's been talking about this for 3 days already. I just saw it yesterday, and he's been talking about this for 3 days already. But it's on his special show. I'm not promoting Glenn Beck, but the one that he has for free is pretty detailed already. So it gives you enough information, and we've been waiting for this to come out. I don't know if I should trust Glenn Beck,
Right. Well,
but
it's difficult because somebody said he's a Latter-day Saints who needs to believe in outer space for his religious cult. But
yeah,
it's wild to see somebody like that
oh
knowing
yeah, oh yeah,
knowing or rather believing what he believes based off of his religion and
oh
everything else
yeah.
like that, seeing this in his face.
Yeah. In his own words,
Yes.
in his own words,
And he's
he
also
see.
left-handed too.
Oh, he is. I'm left-handed too. In his
You're
own
left-handed,
words,
Gio?
yeah,
Jesus.
yeah, yeah.
Lord.
In his own words, he said, "If NASA, like at the end of the podcast, if NASA is really doing this, they need to be shut down right now." Yeah, yeah, yeah. But the document is called the Artemis Universe.
Really?
Oh yes.
And you said it was 90 million? I'm sorry. What
No,
was
a
that part with the
hundred
money?
billion dollars for the whole project. And it was 99 pages of a document only. $100 billion.
100 billion.
Billion with a B, not a million. I'm not getting that confused. Billion.
So where then where did he get this document? Where did he say he got it?
It was signed into law. So Freedom of Information Act.
FOIA. Right.
Yeah, yeah, that's where he got it. Somehow, I guess he heard from somebody something, and he has the document on his website. The whole document, the whole 99 pages of it on the website. Yes.
Wow. You know what?
Yeah.
I wonder. Oh, wait a
Yeah.
minute. I wonder if this is why, if you want to believe the government is working, blah, blah, blah. I wonder if this is why the Trump administration is trying to get rid of NASA so they could put in place SpaceX. So now they don't have to visit the moon, right? They can scrub that story
And
and
go to
say, what
Mars.
story? What Artemis story? We're not going to the moon. We're going to Mars.
Yeah,
What?
and SpaceX is a private
It's
company,
private, right? Which it's just NASA
right?
rewashed, reestablished. That's
Subsidized.
all. Right.
Yeah. They get grants constantly from NASA and lots of money from NASA. they're not doing their own thing.
Well, they work in conjunction with one another all the time,
they do.
so it's
Yeah.
like, what's the difference?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But he gets granted contracts from NASA because he's the only one that has the
That-
rockets.
yeah.
So he's the only one that's gonna get granted.
Yep.
But there's that video that showed up on TikTok where you see the rocket sinking into the ocean,
Right.
and you can see it empty on the inside, and it's squashing up like a tinfoil. Like, whoosh. You haven't seen this video?
Oh, where his rocket collapsed?
It's I don't know. It's somebody had a boat that was going next to it, and he was filming, and the thing is sinking, and it crushed up like a tinfoil.
Oh yes, it like kind of folded,
and it's empty on the inside. And I was always trying to look for video footage of something inside these rockets. And there was one day that Elon Musk showed kind of a little bit inside the rocket when he was assembling it, and it had nothing inside of it. And then I saw this video, I was like, God damn.
Really?
Listen, are you a very big fan of when they get up high enough, like it can't propulse any further? If you understand what I'm trying to say,
it shouldn't be able to, but
right? Because there's nothing for it to push off of.
no,
And
no,
they
there's
make up
no
the
sin.
space or whatever.
yeah,
Right.
and
There's
they
no
make
sin.
up the excuse that no, it's not that. It's pushing off of its own bell as soon as it's expulsing the gasoline out of his rocket
No.
engine. That there's no way for that to happen.
Exactly. Like
Yeah.
planes flying, of course, they can glide,
Yes,
and
they're
then
pushing off of air.
right, they're pushing off of air,
Atmosphere.
and they're moving horizontal to the ground.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they get lift by the wings, and
Yeah.
and they go fast enough. They can pull up, but
And then you
there is
have-
atmosphere.
Then you have ramjets and everything where the technology is a little bit different than traditional jets.
Mm. Yeah, but as
But-
soon as I saw that, I'm like, yeah, this guy is another just another fool.
Well,
Wow.
speaking of which, aren't they supposed to be sending up that
Right
rocket
now,
or
yeah.
whatever to save the supposed astronauts from the
Right.
ISS?
But didn't they
Yeah.
scratch that mission?
They did, and
They
I think it was supposed to
scrapped
redo it today or tonight or something. I can't remember.
Yeah,
I'm not sure, but who knows?
Oh my God. Yeah, these guys, yeah. It's all falling apart because it's all bullshit. This dude over here crying on the news and shit because they asked him some questions because nobody likes him. Because he's the front man for the bullshit. A couple of them are front men for the bullshit. And we see right through it.
How does
It
he have
looks-
time for all this stuff? He's constantly
Right.
doing Joe Rogan, and you're at the White House, and you're doing all these rallies and stuff. It's like, but you run Tesla and you run SpaceX, and you run, yeah, sure you do, man. Sure you do.
have you heard the whole gaming thing that he did, which was a total farce?
Yes. The
Complete
gamer was like, yo,
farce.
how did you have this much
Oh,
time
yeah, with the,
to play this game and
Yeah.
get
Yeah,
this
somebody
high in
called
a
him out.
level? I heard about that. Yeah, he got
Yeah.
caught out there. Then didn't he kick the guy off of the X platform?
I think so, yeah.
What was that guy's name? He was on Rogan, wasn't he? I
Was
think
he?
the guy called him out on Rogan anyway, I
Oh,
believe.
wow. That went far. Yeah, the guy did an
you
easy
see-
calculation. He
you
did an
see-
easy calculation. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No. But you see how, what's crazy is how you see these guys are caught. Their lies go beyond. They just go far and far. They just sit there and all they do is lie. And it's
Oh, yeah.
gotten to the point where people are ready for it. We're sitting there on the alert. And what sucks is that there are other people on the outside that have absolutely nothing to do with nothing. And then they'll catch you in your fucking lie. That's the problem that you come across, which this is something I feel that those guys in the final experiment as well, that's what they come across. Because it's like somebody's always watching something. And if they ain't got it, somebody next to them does, or somebody next to them does. And there's so many people with their eyes on what it is you do. As soon as you fuck up, they're going to point out every single, or a series of people will point out every single issue with what it is you've just given them. And you think and this is the problem with lying about it, man. You think you had it all figured out. You think you could fool everybody, man. You can fool some of us, but you can't fool all of us. And it's amazing that these guys, they don't know how to approach fucking Mars now. That's why. Because listen, they still want to do these things to Mars and everything. But they're like, because I laughed like a few weeks ago. I laughed. I said they sent this thing to the moon, and I bet the moon thing they probably waved to it hi and goodbye. But what couldn't they do while they were in that fucking orbiter? Guess what they couldn't do? They couldn't snap one fucking photo, one scene, one picture, one anything of this fucking probe leaving Earth to go to the moon.
All the
Not
basic
once.
things they can't do.
Yep.
Big joke, man. It's a big joke.
Yep. They couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. And then you know what they do? They're like, hey, here's the moon. This is where the probe landed. And they show you some fucking mark, some smudge on the moon. That's where it is. See it? And then, here's the thing is they fuck with people's minds because it's the same thing with a boat going over the horizon, fooling people into thinking it goes over a curve. People thinking that this flat freaking plane that they see before them, that it's actually curving. I just could barely see it. It really is curving. I just can't see it like that, but I know it's curving. The same thing they do with that fucking probe landing on the moon. That probe lands on the moon. They're like, I could barely see it. See, I could see, you see this thing right here? I could see, like they fool themselves. They get us to fool ourselves into shit that don't even exist.
When they're showing that too, they're showing we're at not Houston, but wherever they're at, the people that in the like the group of people that are overseeing everything, they're back here on Earth. They're showing them, and they're showing like a CGI computer generated image. It's like, if it's real, just show the real thing, man. It's like, well, why not just show the real thing? No, we're going to show, a PowerPoint image of each thing. It's like, get out of here, man.
Exactly. Yeah. And then these guys had the nerve to say, oh, there goes the probe, there goes the lander. They show it on the moon, and then they show this fucking NVIDIA driven freaking video of the moon lander looking at Earth. I'm like,
just show the real thing. I know.
Yeah. I'm like, that's amazing. The Earth is supposed to be, what is it, 4 times the size of the moon?
Exactly.
And it's smaller than what the moon looks like in the sky, in the night sky.
And from some of the images, it's like, oh, you can see the sun. I'm like, well, how is that? How can you see the sun?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Exactly. So these guys are caught. Their bullshit is on display. I think the great thing is that these globe earthers are also starting to get a little frustrated because their desires aren't being fulfilled, and the CGI ain't cutting it. And so these guys are freaking. Yeah, these guys are seeing it for what it is.
Yeah, the whole Will Duffy thing, man. Come on, he said it like a year before that. The video that I have on my channel shows the section where he said that like a year before they went to Antarctica, supposedly, that he's gonna fabricate a plan to shut down Flat Earth completely. It's like, what? And then he said, oh yeah.
Well, that was like Bob Enyart. That was the same thing. Bob Enyart, his mentor, that's what he was all about. He wanted to destroy Flat Earth, and he's just picking up where he left off, basically.
Yeah, it's not happening.
You know what? You can't. We're like Sam said, we're like a bunch of gypsies. Like, you can't get all of us, man. You can get some of us, but there's so many of us. We're all over the place, and it was such a pain in the ass. And people already see what the truth is. Plus, you have those that don't even believe in what we say, but they're looking at everybody's actions. They're like, if these guys are lying, why are you trying to cover it up? It's no different than Pizzagate, and it's no different than every other gate.
Yeah,
what pastor have you ever met that roots for people's failure? Like, I've never ever in my life come across a genuine pastor that like roots for people to fail. That's just goes against everything they are.
Somebody did an interview with him, and he said that he tested all the theories of Flat Earth, and it's so weird because Whitsitt is also part of it, but Whitsitt interviewed him for an hour, and he didn't know nothing about Flat Earth. Nothing, none of the arguments. He didn't know about it. I'm talking about Will Duffy. He didn't know about it. Even though, in my opinion, either I don't know if you guys seen like Jeranism lately. I have him on Facebook, and he pops up.
Yeah, I've totally I cut him out the diet.
Yeah. But
I'll see little clips here and there, but that's about as much. On something else, I don't watch his crap.
Yeah, I see him live, and it literally looks like the Man in Black flashlight thingy in front of his face was flashed in Antarctica, and they erased his memory, and he doesn't remember anything. He was having a pilot yesterday on. That I literally, if you look down the comment section of that live video, I
Mhm.
answered everything that the pilot didn't touch, and everything that I answered was like it had like scientific backing with it, with the gyroscope, with the gas. You know how they say that the gradient gas is what is proof of the globe Earth. Put radon gas, and put hydrogen gas in one tank. It doesn't matter if the tank has a bottom that is flat or it's
Mhm.
curved. The radon gas is gonna be denser and it's gonna lay lower than the hydrogen gas, and the hydrogen gas is gonna lay on top. When
That's it.
these two gases settle, that's density. That has nothing to do with the Earth's shape.
And they
Yeah.
need
You know,
containment.
Yep.
but
Oh, be
he
careful! Be
knows he
careful with the
knows
gas.
all of this. He knows all of this. He knows all of this. But the guy
Wait.
is talking to him, and he's not saying nothing again, nothing
Oh
back to
wow.
him.
Jaren isn't.
Yeah,
You see,
yeah.
and
He's saying nothing back.
Jaren, yeah, man, Jaren has been. I don't know if he's been compromised or what, but whatever
Yeah, for
he's done,
sure, bro.
he's lost. He's lost his marbles. He's been turned, and you know, it just. I think if anything, if the Globe was smart, if they were smart, they would see these inconsistencies. I'm not hoping that they do or whatever, but you would think that if they were thinking, they would see how he's just turned and shifted. And it doesn't make any sense. And it's not something that you can rely on or trust unless you're also just trying to cripple the opposition strictly because you don't like the fact that they're presenting a truth in something that it's just totally foreign to you. But you would see something like this and it would make you wonder, like, how do you turn so fast? And now your opinions, like, none of those opinions stick with you. It doesn't make sense. That's not how it works. Nothing works like that.
Yeah,
But
Like,
he's a
none of
he's a
those opinions stick with you, or none of those facts remain. And you're just like, oh, all that's a lie. This is what's true. Really? That doesn't work. That's not how it works. So it's like, man, get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, somebody's paying you. I don't know who, but you're full of shit.
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
He's a Glober's wet dream, man, because that's what they do in all those debates they have. They're
Yeah.
always like, they always try and get, it's like, will you admit if this happens, then that is that, like that's what they always want. And he's
Right.
exactly doing exactly what they want. He's admitting all these things now.
Yep.
And it's like,
Yeah.
and
It's like,
and he's got tons of videos, in the past of making all these very points. So what can he do other than just go against everything he said prior? So
yeah, it's
I
like
mean,
when, this kind of reminds me of when Mike Tyson was fighting Jake Paul.
yeah, that was
And
weird.
then it reminds me of that. And you knew Mike Tyson was holding back.
Oh, he
And
would
it's
knock
like,
the fuck
and
out
that's
of
why he
him,
kept
bro.
biting his hand. He was like,
Because he had the
"Mm."
money. he already
He was
got paid.
like, I gotta get this bag.
Yeah.
But you knew Mike Tyson could have taken his head off,
Yeah,
but he
for
didn't.
sure.
But
If he
he
threw
acted like, right.
yeah,
He acted
if he
as
threw
if
like two real punches, that guy would have been on the floor.
that guy would
Like
have been
literally,
dead.
he didn't
Yeah,
throw any
He
real
wanted to in the
punches.
first round, but after that, it was just like, forget about it.
yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't clean him up. And it's the same thing when what's his name? When Roy Jones, when what's his name? Floyd,
Floyd,
Pretty
fought
Boy
his
Floyd,
brother.
yeah.
fought his brother, and
Mhm.
he didn't beat his ass, and he just kept trying to hold him up. Like, look, just survive, dude. Just survive. We're gonna make this money. Didn't fuck his ass up. You know what I'm saying? This is the same thing that we're seeing with Judas and all those other guys on TV saying they're of the globe. They know what the truth is. So they're gonna let this bullshit slide, knowing good and damn well what the truth is, just like you said. But they're just letting it slide. And I don't know, when you get it's like watching your mom play a video game and you're playing it wrong. Give me that controller. You're about to get killed. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't matter how much ammo they got, how much magic they got, what kind of armor they got, or what kind of sword they got. They don't know what they're doing with that controller in
Can't use
their
the
hands.
tool. Yeah.
They
What's-
can't use the tools.
What's the
Yeah.
common denominator between Jaren and the Paul brothers too? They're
Paul
YouTubers.
brothers.
They like drama. They feed off drama. That's how
Yes.
they drift. They like playing
Yes.
both sides, man. It's how they do their thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
And man, they
They know
are
drama sells.
yep, and they are a testament. They are a testament to this physical world.
Yeah.
They're just they're the embodiment of what comes with love, the love of this world. Like in the Bible, the scriptures, they say, if you love the world, you don't love me. If you love the world, you don't love what's waiting for you on the other side for eternity. You don't love what your potential is. You're too much entrenched with this physical stuff around you, with the stuff of everything. And those
Yeah.
guys represent it. The
They're-
guy we have in office represents the stuff of this place. And just the low vibration, the falsehoods, they just embody that so much that I'm like, how could you go to that? How could you want to be a part of that?
They're they brought up the gyroscope yesterday with Jeranism, and it was
Yeah.
Wolfie 360 whatever it was, because he's a pilot,
Right.
and Jeranism used to fight with him constantly, and now he carries him like a silver platter, and it's stuff that he knows. The old gyroscope that all the private planes and the big Boeings used to use.
Right.
Before they took off, they hit that calibrate button. Boom.
Mhm.
And the gyroscope spins up fast, and it knows that it's on a level plane because it's on
Yeah.
the floor. And then they take off, and that gyroscope works to correct for pitch and yaw. That's it. The
And it
gyroscope
remains
it cannot differentiate between correcting for pitch and yaw or correcting for curvature.
Mhm.
Because all that it's trying to do, all that the gyroscope is trying to do is keep the plane level, and that's it.
That's it. And
And
it's
let me just
the standard. Go ahead. I'm
yeah
sorry.
yeah. And let me just land my plane real quick. Um,
Pun intended.
yes, he just said that. He said that himself, Wolfie. He said it in the live yesterday, and then he goes and contradicts himself by saying that, oh, we have the gyroscope pitch data, and because of how much pitch we have right here, this means that this is the pitch for the curvature of the Earth. No, it's not. You can have different sets of pitch depending on how much wind there was on that
Mhm.
flight. You can have a
Mm.
very, very crazy pitch data, and you can have a very soft pitch data if you
Right.
didn't take the jet streams. If you had a very calm, no winded flight,
Yep. Yep. And here's the thing.
it's a
These
flash,
guys,
bro.
yeah, and these guys, I wonder if they're talking about that the nose is the nose of the plane
3 degrees pitch.
1 to 3 degrees pitch up,
Yeah,
nose up, the
yeah.
whole flight.
That
The whole flight.
has nothing to do with like curvature or anything like that. It has everything to do with the mass of the airplane.
Yeah, but at the
So
same
so the
Yeah, go ahead.
smaller jets, they will have a lower degree pitch.
Mhm.
Just that the Boeings and bigger planes like that, they will have a 3 degree pitch because of
Mhm. At
the,
most,
the
right.
weight. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But they all fly like that.
Yeah.
Everybody flies like that.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, I was perplexed when I learned that, as a as a student rider, right, in the planes. And I was like, huh, I wonder why that is. And we had a device in the middle of the plane that it would show you what the pitch of the plane is. And it was always a few degrees up. And that's what inspired me to go ahead and ask that question. I was like, is this thing broken? And I knew that was a dumb question. I was like, I don't know why it's like this while we're flying. And then they're like, yeah, we always fly with our nose up. And
Yeah, well, it's
we fly like that. And I'm like, huh.
yeah,
And I'm like, how the hell do they curve around the earth like that? That don't make no
right,
sense to me.
right. Well, just keep this in mind that the plane is always trying to fall.
Yep.
So in order for it to stay level flight, you gotta pitch it a little bit upwards for it to keep up with.
Because yeah,
Just like the
kind of like,
ISS.
yeah.
Well,
And it's kind
supposed
of like a
ISS.
boat. It's kind of like a boat when it moves, and then it kind of automatically, with a speedboat, its nose automatically comes up, and it's
You got
just
the trim. Yep.
yeah, it's just sitting there. It looks like this. You never see a speedboat going level
Correct.
like that. The speedboat always just rides
Yep.
like that. Yep. Well, of course, when it's going fast, when it slows down, of course, that's a different story. But yeah.
You got to just adjust it so you got that comfort like
Yes.
cruising level. That
Yep. And you're not you're not porpoising in the air or anything like that. That's right.
Well, hey, this might be one of the scenarios that I think happened to Jeranism. The whole
Judas.
Judas.
Judas Campanella.
They were saying a name for him yesterday. I forgot. Anyways, the whole thing for going to Argentina and all that all was true. It was live. They were filming and streaming and stuff like that.
Okay.
I believe there was a time, and it was kind of weird because even Witsit got stuck on the airplane for a pretty long while before they stepped off of it. But I think that they were like, hey, here we are once again, Jaren. You know how the roll goes. We already paid you once. You know what I mean, from Netflix. And you just
you know what to do.
Yeah,
you know
what
how
to
to play
do,
the
bro.
game. Yeah,
We just got to convince Witsit. I'm
Mhm.
pretty sure you already told Witsit what's gonna happen to you when you come into Antarctica, right? And that's it.
Those guys
Before-
were chosen, man.
Yeah.
I mean, if it would have been anybody else, it would have been either they wouldn't have went or the game plan would have been way different. If they would have bought, because when they had that whole golden ticket thing, they had that guy who was totally qualified to do the experiments they need to do for Flat Earth, but they didn't choose him.
They've chose the
They
hot
took
girl.
Lisbeth. Yeah.
And I looked at the panel and I was like, all right, bunch of regular old looking dudes, Lisbeth, a little hot girl, and then you saw Duffy sitting over there like smiling.
Yeah.
And then
It's a
you
weird
saw the
smile,
you saw
weird
those
guy.
people falling off, and I said, "Let me
Random.
guess, she's going to get selected. Congratulations, you just got selected to be part of the final experiment." Blah 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 blah. Oh my
Yeah.
God, thank you. I said, "Oh brother,
Yeah.
if you didn't see that coming."
Well, listen to
Yeah.
this. Before it all happened, I was popping off like crazy on TikTok, trying to like investigate the whole Antarctica thingy.
Mhm.
You know Nathan Thompson, right?
I've
Yeah,
heard
yeah.
of
also-
I
He
never
was
debated
heard-
also-
Will Duffy, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
but
that's the redheaded guy. Yes, I've seen him. Yep.
But
Mhm.
but he was literally controlled opposition for the whole time before Antarctica happened against me.
Who, Nathan
The
Thompson?
whole Nathan Thompson, bro. We talk to him every day.
Right.
So he was part of the Discovery Channel one. He always brags about Discovery Channel, that I was on Discovery Channel and I had control of I even was in his group, the biggest Flat Earth versus Globe Earth group on Facebook. He was the admin of it, right? And he
Okay.
always brags about it. But every time I was questioning Antarctica, because before the whole thing happened, I went to look at how many video footage I can get of the whole like Union Glacier camp.
Right.
There was literally five footage. One wasn't even a tourist. It was somebody that was disguising, and even Jeranism commented under his video and asked him to interview him. And I even went on Jeranism's live and told him, yeah, hey bro, I saw that comment that you made under this guy's video, that he was pretending to be a tourist, but he was a ALE worker. He wasn't a tourist. So there was only 4 videos left. One video was of an American girl, and she was she was acting like, or she was stuck down there because the airplanes couldn't pick them up, so they stayed like a week longer.
Right.
And then there was this Indian guy that had a nose covering. But that's it, bro. 5 videos. That's it. But you've been doing
What?
business down there in Union Glacier Camp for 20 years?
Yeah.
Fuck off, man.
Yeah. Exactly.
And they don't ever mention on any of their social medias about a 24-hour sun or nothing. It's like, how hard would that
exactly
be? Like, how hard would that do? Be to do something like that? One of the 20 years.
Yeah, and also
Or
the running, they have a
marathon.
they have a marathon there. Go look at all the other marathons that they did in 2021, 2020, 2019. They're all uploaded at 1 year, I think, which is 2021. All the old ones were uploaded in 2021. Just look at the upload date. It's the same date. Boom, 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 boom. Like everything was created in less than 5 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, yeah.
And
All
so
all
these
the
guys were
all the history of it was
right.
uploaded recently, not 20 years ago, literally.
And so these guys were all part of that.
Yeah.
Oh
Well,
my
you think
goodness.
that would be a big one, like the Boston Marathon or something. I mean, that the conditions are way
Right.
harder than anything we
Yeah,
have
yeah,
here.
yeah.
You'd
Of
be like, "Well,
course.
I'm going to do the Antarctica Marathon." It's like
Yeah.
you
Right.
think that'd be kind of big news, but
Yeah.
generally don't make the news.
Nope. Nope. It doesn't.
I mean, I'm not saying they don't do it or nothing. I mean, I have no clue, but
Right.
No, but it's very weird. If you dig into that, the whole marathon thingy,
Right.
you'll see there's like 6, 7 races out of the 15 that, or maybe a little bit more, 9 races out of the 15 that they don't talk. Nobody talks. So you don't see the
What?
people's opinion. You don't see their face. You see they're all covered up. So it makes it easy for them to get away with their identity, right?
Right, right, right.
So with the people that are winning the races, those are the ones that get exposed the most,
How
and
the
they come up.
hell do you run in such a cold and dry
Oh,
environment?
oh,
gotta be hard as hell, man.
I can see. I've seen some people that finish the races with their face being completely fine, just like they were running in New York. And then I see some
Okay.
people that are literally they're
Frostbitten,
right,
beard, mustache.
frostbite,
Right.
and their face are red, like they've really actually been, been doing that. And always the clouds are cloudy. The skies is cloudy, so you
Mhm.
can't see the sun.
I had some rough PT runs when I was in the military up on the Chesapeake Bay in Maryland, and that
Mhm.
ain't nothing compared to Antarctica.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I mean,
exactly.
it was cold and nasty up there. I got bronchitis one time, but it's like that ain't nothing compared to Antarctica.
Yeah,
Right, right.
I'm looking at the environment and it's the where it's placed in this world, the wind, the amount of wind, just the wind there. For them to say,
Right.
"Oh, wow, we were blessed with good weather the whole time." And I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Every year, like
"Yeah, I'm like, "Huh?"
they all kick off without any bad weather happening. Same with the TFE. They just had that great little, window of opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm like,
oh, sorry, I didn't even mention this. One thing I paid very close attention to with these 5 videos that was released from Union Glacier is the
"What?"
sun. It's always clouded,
Right.
but somehow when they
When they
went there,
arrived, it was a
it
bright
was
That's what
clear
I'm saying.
skies.
you
Their
so
window of opportunity was perfect.
you even had McToon. Wasn't he was there a time where he was out there with his shirt, just his shirt? I said, "Is this dude a polar bear or what? Why is he out there in just a shirt and
Well, didn't
or
they
no
took a
hat?" He didn't have no hat. I said, "What kind of
didn't they
where are
take a
these
group
people?"
picture without a shirt, or was that
Without a shirt, they did.
like a group picture, like 6, 7
They
guys
did.
without a shirt?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, okay, yeah, yeah.
But I'm saying there was a time where he'd be out there walking with just his vest on, and I'm like, "Just a vest? This is Antarctica, bro. Like just a vest?
And
Really?
it's the 70th latitude.
Latitude?" And I'm
It's
like,
fucking far away. Should be
like
freezing.
I mean,
with
I
But
can
the
then,
understand
wind?
if you just came from inside where it was warm or something, but not for
Yes.
very long, not for any
oh,
long period of time.
yeah,
You know,
but then you get that weird temperature bullshit of it being supposedly around 30 to 40 degrees Celsius negative, and
yeah.
then all of a
Right.
sudden they have a 16-degree, negative 16-degree. Like what?
Oh wow.
What,
Yeah,
is
it don't
what was it?
that whole
I
-16
heard somebody
degrees.
talking about like the difference too, like their quote unquote nighttime. They could tell the difference, the drop in temperature when it was quote unquote nighttime during the 24-hour sun or whatever. And
Right.
it's like,
Uh,
but how do you know, man? You'd be so discombobulated. I mean,
ex-
outside of, looking at time on your
right,
watch or
right.
whatever. But yeah.
right.
It's kind of like if you were hanging out at the club and it's kind of like dusk, then you walk out of the club after hours of partying and the birds are singing and you don't know what the hell is going on. You like, I know I got to go to work here in a
Yeah.
little bit, but damn, I thought it was going to be not dark out. You know what
Hmm.
I'm saying? But this is every day and you're not obviously at a club. But yeah, it just like these guys, yeah, they didn't I don't think they expected to get the backlash, and of course, it's passed already, and we didn't fall for the hook. like they wanted us to. So
No, I
now
think
these
they
guys,
thought they were too big to fail.
right, exactly,
Basically.
and they were relying of the likes of the Neil deGrasse Tysons, which originally those guys were supposed to go, right?
Mhm.
Neil deGrasse,
Oh yeah.
Captain Kirk,
No,
Captain
no,
Kirk,
Alex Stein,
they
yeah,
supposed to
Alex
go
Stein.
because
Time
It was supposed
99. Yeah,
You want to know why I think they didn't go?
because they
Probably
knew.
because, yeah, they probably knew. Yeah, go ahead.
no, they never were going to go with them. It
Oh,
was a separate trip because they
separate
were
trip.
taking the cruise ship, but on the same date because it was Captain Kirk's
Mm.
birthday.
You know, that would have been, yeah, that would have been messed up. Here's why. Because you had a lot of things going on on Antarctica that we saw on the KMH or the KLH Facebook group. You had a lot that was going on. You had a lot that you had the P3 land on the 17th. You had the Chilean Navy do this. You had these people doing all this and
Marathon.
all that. Right. Marathon going on. So all this stuff. And then, if Neil deGrasse Tyson is there, those people would have been like, "Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson's going to be here. Captain Kirk of Star Trek is
Mhm.
going to be there." So the fanboys and girls would have shown up, and they would have freaking been like, "Hey, look at who it is." Photo ops and everything else like that. That would have happened. So then, while all that's happening, do you not think that they would have been like Jaren and them? They would have been like, "Yo, so you mean to tell me with all that crazy shit happening, Captain Kirk shows up, Neil deGrasse Tyson shows up, Ben Stein or whoever, freaking Einstein
Alex Stein,
shows up,
yeah.
Alex Stein shows up, and you guys didn't see any of that? None of that? You guys didn't know none of that shit was happening, but you filmed live at the same time. Something don't sit right. That alone right there, those guys probably wouldn't have wanted their names attached to it because somebody's lying at that point. Somebody's fucking lying.
Just like the ALE doesn't want their names attached to it. That's why they don't post about them at all on any
Damn right.
socials.
You damn right. Damn right.
Yeah, and the whole AI thingy right now, I'm testing AI to the extent, bro. I'm
God bless
testing
you,
it
because
to
I
the
don't want to mess with
max.
it.
No, I'm testing it with with the whole with Epstein Island, with Antarctica. Where's I'm always asking them, can you scour the internet for me and try to see if you can find money going to Antarctica, or trying to see if you can find money that is linked to ill organization.
Right.
And right now I can see that it's very limited.
What?
Yeah, it shouldn't be limited at all. It shouldn't have limitations because DeepSeek has that search
Right.
option, the
I've
web
never
search
used
option.
DeepSeek. Yep.
Oh
Yep.
no,
Yep.
it's not that bad.
Right.
But once you
I've never-
once you try to go into the dark areas, you see that it's not acting normal anymore. You know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
it does, and yeah.
Golly, boy. Golly.
I need to get Doge on that.
Yeah.
See
Right.
if they're wasting money down.
Yeah, Doge is gonna replace. They're gonna replace one shitty, faulty, crooked, freaking institution with another. That's
Yeah.
all that's gonna happen.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. It's
Those
just a
guys are
transfer of
so.
wealth.
Yeah, that's all it is. Those guys are so crooked, so no good, so evil. I'm glad people are starting to see that Doge is just an AI replacement for most of this stuff. They're like, oh, look at all the people we fired. Look at all the money we saved. Now with all the money we saved, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna give it to we're gonna give it to Elon Musk so he could put all this AI in place. Yeah.
But oddly, that debt number keeps rising. I don't get it.
Yeah, except
But you're saving the taxpayers all this money.
And
Yeah,
the stock
right.
market is crashing.
yeah. And nobody's going to jail, bro.
Yeah,
And
that's
going to
the
jail.
For
crux of it right there.
So that's the thing, man. If you got found to be cheating on your
Exactly.
taxes, you're going to jail, bro. If you were not even if you didn't pay them, if you cheated your taxes, if you put a number that didn't, but you would go to jail so
Well,
fast.
red flag number one was the first day that Trump stepped into office. He pardoned Fauci.
Oh God, yeah. Which to me, it doesn't matter if I don't care who in office pardons him. I think
Yeah.
the people should get his ass anyway.
Yeah, and supposedly the people played it off as he was being sarcastic. No, he wasn't being fucking sarcastic. He signed off on a document saying that he cannot be investigated anymore because he's pardoned. Like, why?
They're all buddies behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Man. It's all
Exactly,
one and the
bro.
They're
same.
all friends.
It's the
Exactly.
WWE, man.
Yep.
It's
Fucking
the
shit,
WWE.
man.
In my opinion, I don't think that a pardon should freaking pardon anybody. Or even if here's my thing. Even if he pardoned him, I don't care who he pardons. It should be up to the people at that point. They'd be like, good, you could pardon him. He's good
Should
on
be.
you. He's
Should
good
be,
on
yes.
you. And then once he gets out in the street, they eat him alive. That's
True.
what they need to do. For all those
True.
people that lost somebody, which I think that's everybody, they
Ooh.
should pick him apart till he's down to the bone.
And this ain't his first time either.
No, because he did it with
this ain't
AIDS.
his first go round. He
Yeah.
had the AIDS back in the day too, and all that. But
Yes.
Yep. They
Yeah.
should. I think the people should just pick them apart, and that's just what it is. And like that there's punishment that goes along with being in a position like that, and for not even mismanaging. I'm not going to call that mismanagement. There was a directed purpose as to why they did what they did, right? And I think when people don't do anything, what that does, it gives them the green light to go ahead and do it again because he's done it again, right? And now that he's not going to suffer any repercussions, they're just going to do it again. That's all it is.
Oh,
And
yeah.
so this is why things like people being able to smoke weed, do drugs, do all these things to keep them distracted, to make them weak. You know what I'm saying? To make them soft. It's allowed because now every American out there is just softer. It's just calm. It's
easier to control a weak population.
Yes.
Simple as that.
Nice and weak, nice and quiet, nice and docile. And so because we're all like that, or the majority of us is like that, they let a criminal, an evil, no good crook like that walk on the street, and nobody, some people may cuss him out, say something, but nah, that ain't going. He don't care. He made his bag. He's gonna walk the streets unscathed. But no, I think he needs to be. The people need to scathe him. They need to punish him, and they need to show the rest of everybody else, anybody that's involved with crooks like this, that got away with it. Once you're out on the street, this is how we're gonna deal with you. Because if I tell you what, if he was somewhere else, they knew what he did outside of here, they wouldn't let that fly.
Yeah.
But again, this is what comes with being so entrenched with the world, so part of the world. You're scared to do what's right. We're so scared to do what's right, man. We'll let people do wrong to us and just let them get away with it, say what they need to say, and just let them walk freely among us because we're afraid to be shamed. We're afraid to look bad. We're afraid to lose we're afraid to lose things that if keeping those things is worth letting those people walk, it's not worth having. It's not worth just keeping simple things like that, right? You need to cut those things loose from our lives. But I don't know, man. I don't know if we're there yet. It would be nice, but yeah, whatever.
Do you remember during the pandemic they brought the SDGs forward?
The SDGs.
Sustainable Development Program. It came directly from WEF.
Sustainable develop. You're gonna have to elaborate.
With the colors, with the whole WEF colors,
Oh, like red.
Multicolored.
Red is bad, or red is like
No.
I don't think so. No.
When you have your, it's right now embedded in your cell phone. Like I have it in my new cell phone. If I have my cell phone, I'll show it to you. You have the multicolor like wheel, and every single color is something that the governments of the world have to change in order to be part of the program. The SDGs, no, you guys don't.
I ain't following, but that's just a me thing.
Hold on.
Yeah, man, the inmates are running the asylum right now. It feels like.
Yeah, exactly. What a What a funny place to be in.
Oh, I think I removed it. Oh crap. Well, I came pre-installed. It has all the you guys hear me? Yeah. It
Yeah.
has all the colors of the it has all the colors, the pink, the blue, the yellow, and every single one of them is a change in the in rules and laws that everybody has to meet to be part of good government. You guys know? You
Oh,
What
guys
do you
remember
mean?
any of this?
so it's like a social, it sounds like a social. Is that like the social
Credit score?
credit score?
No. WEF
Are you
Agenda
talking about
23.
like an app, or are you talking about like
Just look up. Just go to Google. Look up SDGs. Just type in
SDGs?
SDGs.
Got you. I'm gonna check that out.
You'll find it right away.
Yeah. SDGs.
Sustainable development, the
The
17
UN
goals?
17 SDGs.
So
Download our SDGs.
Oh,
listen
like
to this.
Agenda 2030. Okay, I see what you're
Yes,
saying
exactly.
now.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Yeah,
so
truth. This is something Truth Trollette just mentioned. Oh, I see it. No
Yeah, I
poverty,
got what you're
zero
saying. No, I
hunger,
didn't realize it
Yeah.
by that name.
So listen
good
to
health.
this.
Oh wow, gender
The-
equality. Great.
Yes.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah, I got you.
One of the biggest bullet points on the WEF, like I saw the introduction of the book during literally during the pandemic, and one of the bigger points was to remove religion, in place equality, take the attention off of the family, the family, the man and the women and the kids and stuff like that. Anyways, that was the plan. But a couple of parts of the plan was to reduce government spending,
Right.
and that was like all the way to Aruba, where I live at. Like all the politicians were promoting, oh, we will be working with less people soon. Less people, cutting of budget, cutting of personnel, and all of that. This aligns perfectly if Elon Musk does his government AI program and implements it. The only way that your government can run normal is by having the help of AI
Yes.
to merge
It's
with that smaller workforce.
Yes, because it's a logic based system. It's a computer's logic, because a computer doesn't
Yes.
understand being human. It doesn't.
Yes.
It never will. So it's a
Yes.
logic based system just running the whole thing, like the machine.
What they were trying to do will never work like humanely. Like it's not gonna work. So and I saw it in Elon Musk's AI thing. Like what he wants to implement is, of course, it's gonna be all cloud, so it's controlled by somebody else. It's not gonna be a local thing. So his program is gonna take care of human resources, of the people that goes in and comes out of the government. It's going to take care of the finances. It's going to take of the money spending. It's going to take care of everything. That this is the only reason why they would lessen the workforce and have this come into play. And this all collaborates with this SDG programs. But they have this guy not being linked to WEF at all. Space Rocket Man guy.
Yep. And you want to know something? He's not federal.
Right?
Exactly.
The plan.
He's privatized. He's not federal. So you can't. He didn't even get sworn in. It's not like it was a position that was blessed by the government. He just was given the go ahead, and it's like he's allowed to tear loose and do what he wants. And so really there's no onus. So then they're like, who's to blame? The government's like, well, you can't blame us because we didn't do it. He did it, but they're like, but he's not a federal entity. So according to that's the thing, they're going to use this whole
loophole.
Right. According to their rules, he did not. Nobody did anything. Nobody did anything wrong.
So what you're seeing right now on TV is a promotion to the AI government. And I was like, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it and it's like, wow, he's doing good. He's doing good. But I'm always a conspiracy theories in the back of my brain. And then the next day, he promotes it to the Saudi Arabians, the Middle Easterns.
Yep. And they're gonna jump
He's
on it.
promoting his system.
They're gonna, yeah.
And
They're
I'm
gonna
like,
jump
oh,
if
he's
they
going
hadn't already.
international. It's not just for the US.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be influential. It's gonna be
Yep.
spreading
Yeah,
around like
worldwide.
wildfire.
And you
Oh,
want to know something? Remember how Donald Trump wasn't all about those green cars? All he couldn't wait to talk bad about those green cars. What happened the other day?
The gold
couldn't
card.
wait. Yeah, the gold card. But no, I'm saying the green cars.
Oh, cars.
yes,
sorry.
yes, electric cars. Yeah,
My man couldn't wait to fucking
Yeah.
promote Elon Musk piece of shit.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, it's a good car. I wouldn't drive it. I'm not even allowed to drive, but it's a good car. What is this one? What's this one? This one is this. Oh, look at that. It's electric and it does this and it does that. And I'm like,
It was a
But that-
Tesla ad.
yes, it was a Tesla ad,
Yeah,
right?
but
And
that
I
happened-
was like, I said,
happened right. That happened
said,
right
so
after
now-
they burned a couple of Teslas.
yeah. And I'm like, so now you're gonna promote a piece of shit. You're gonna promote these electric cars. And here's the thing. We know that Joe Biden put in place the Jobs Act, where by a certain period, 2027 to 2030, everybody, or not everybody, but a good bulk of Americans are going to have an electric car. And if you don't have an electric car, what do you think is going to happen?
It's all about the cloud, bro.
Yeah. What they're gonna get that that's just another way they're gonna funnel this shit into happening. They're funneling all of us into that. They're pigeonholing us. And so you got these carbon tax bullshit, this carbon tax lie. We're gonna you don't get a whatchamacallit car. Don't get a gas powered car, because if you do, you're probably going to pay a property tax on it. You're probably going to pay a gas tax, something new. They're going to attach that to it now. They're also going to make it to where gas is super expensive to buy.
Yep.
$8 a gallon, $10 a gallon.
It
And
should be the opposite.
It should
Legal-
It should be.
By the market, the less people, the less demand, the cheaper the
Yeah.
product.
it should be, but that's
Because
not
they
what's
have an
gonna happen.
abundance of it. They have an
Yes.
abundance of oil.
Yep. But you already know that's not what's going to happen.
But it's not happening.
That's not what's going to happen.
Because
Yeah.
the plan is different.
Yep. The plan is going to be, get these guys in here. Let's get them in these freaking electric cars. So now you're super subject to the government even more. Even more so now you're subject to the government and everything.
And control.
Yep. Harmon Walker, what's going on, family? What's happening, man? It's good to see you.
Not much. I was going to say to Gio, I said, when you were talking about that SSD, the strategic team standing
SDGs.
with the rainbow
SDG.
colors.
SDG.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'll yeah. Okay. It's got rainbow colors.
Yeah,
Yeah, the circle,
rainbow
right?
colors. Yeah.
It's sustainability. Anytime you see that, that means population control. The main thing is population control.
Yes,
To
I can see
depopulate
it.
the country.
Yep.
And it's been up
Anytime
there.
I
It's on
see-
the World Economic Forum.
Okay,
Yeah,
anytime
go
I
ahead.
see things like responsible use, I'm like, oh my God, yeah, these guys are trying to get rid of us, man. Responsible use
the
and
world-
carbon control. We're that carbon that they're trying to control.
Yeah.
Right. The World Economic Forum has that. It breaks it down, like you say, it breaks it down thousands of different subjects on there. And you go on there and there's security will, and it just breaks it down. So yeah, and it means sustain. I mean, whenever you use the word sustainable,
Yes.
that means population control.
Yeah.
And you're
Yep.
100% right, Gio, on that. They color code the people.
Color code the color code the people.
So they
The
categorize
certain
people.
areas and works and stuff. Almost
Oh.
like Gio, did you ever see the Hunger Games?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Hunger Games is pretty spot on, I think. I don't know what you think.
Kuya maipit.
Hold on.
To a degree, yeah. Hunger Games, yeah. I mean, it has definitely, there's some tenets in there of what's going on today.
Here we go. The 17 goals right here. No poverty, right? Goal 1, no poverty. Okay, so that's the universal freaking allowance. That's probably part of what they're talking about. Zero
Socialism,
hunger.
basically.
Yep. good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation. You know what? Listen, clean water and sanitation, you've got a problem right there in fucking Michigan. You got that fucking shit in Flint that's been going on for over 10 years now. You mean to tell me those people can't have clean fucking water? They're talking about doing this on a world level. You can't even fucking do it, which I don't think that they can't do it on a state level. I think they can do it on a state level, but they're talking about doing it. They're talking about doing it on a world level. I'm like, you can't even figure out Michigan. Why should we trust you? Why?
And what do you do when
trust
new
you?
problems arise anyway?
And you're always, and you're, yo, what's up, Rob?
Curvature, no.
Was
What's
that
happening,
on,
Max?
Was that on World Economic Forum where you got that just
What's
now?
that?
Pretty good, bro.
Yes.
Yeah, all
well,
of it's on World
WEF.
Economic Forum.
Well, no, that was
Just Google
the United Nations.
SDGs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Google
and
SDGs.
the World
What I'm gonna
Economic
do-
Forum. They have
Yeah,
that big like Wheel of Fortune wheel, and it
Okay.
it has 1,000 different things that's already been written up. In 1992, when they did the Agenda 21
Right.
in Brazil, I'm sure
201.
most of you guys know about that, but
Yes, you told
pardon
me
me?
about that one.
Agenda 201, you mean?
yeah, well, that's
Demolition Man.
Demolition.
no, Agenda 21
That's
Okay.
the one
in
you told me about,
1992.
right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Further back. Okay, got you.
Yeah, 1992.
Right,
That's where
right.
all this is
Sorry.
stemming from. Well, it actually stems from when the World Economic Forum started in 1992. That's the first time we had it. And then in 92, all the countries in the world that mattered went to Rio de Janeiro, and they put up Agenda 21 and how they were going to get sustainability and population down. So it was by the whole 21st century. And of course, they're breaking it up to 2020, to 2030, and 2050. But by the end of the 21st century, it's all supposed to be under this plan, the long term. Oh, if you one of the main things they did, and it's been done. And one guy really looked into it in the 90s, but it's for the computers. All the cities and all the towns were to rezone their population areas. That if a catastrophe hit, it's already been rezoned. Let's say they rezoned it in 94. So in 2017, a catastrophe hit. Well, now it's already been rezoned in case a catastrophe hit. Now you're not allowed to rebuild there. That's what they're finding out. And that was part of Agenda 21 way back in 92. It's one of the main things they did is rezone all these places, not just here, in the whole world.
Yeah, you were tying it down to the Hunger Games. I tied it down to the Demolition Man movie. Sylvester Stallone and
Wesley
Wesley
Snipes.
Snipes.
Oh, yeah.
Where they were,
Even though I can't understand him when he talks.
yeah,
I'm teasing.
you got the electric car. You got virtual reality sex. You got no touching. Nobody's touching each
no
other.
cussing. Yeah, none of that.
No
Yeah.
cussing.
It's become a
All
super
control.
sterilized. Yes.
What about that Black Mirror on Netflix? The Black Mirror really nailed it.
Yeah.
You
And
ever seen this?
it had them
Who
dudes.
saw the Black Mirror?
I saw that. I think the first episode was with Anthony Mackie, where he was over there making mind sex with another dude. I saw that one.
So
that was strange.
This Black Mirror, the Black Mirror is the phone. That's the Black Mirror.
Oh,
and that's
I
what
know
it's
there
about.
was a show. There was a show called
Yeah,
Black
no,
Mirror,
it
right?
is a show, but it's the Black Mirror is the phone.
Mm.
That's the Black Mirror. And and did you see?
Say again?
You see what I'm talking about?
You cut out for a second.
No, you can't.
You cut out for a second. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, the Black Mirror, that is spot on. That is really spot on. They even got social credit scores. They even got where you couldn't do this, and they had the electric cars that you couldn't do it unless your social credit was this high. The social credit one was amazing.
Yeah.
And again,
how about
I
that
mean,
cheap? How about that cheap movie they made where you couldn't get out of your house unless you take a shot, and the shot was right by your door. Nobody saw that.
Oh,
It was
really?
a very cheap movie. The shot was right by your door, and you had to take it before you leave the house.
Oh wow, nice.
What
Very
was that
nice.
one?
Convenient,
Well,
eh?
Yeah, nice
well, they
and
had
convenient.
the one in I can't remember. Was it? It was reset where everybody saw in black and white, except for this guy started seeing color. They used to have take their shot every day before they went outside.
Mm.
You know,
Well,
that was a high class. It had Lloyd Bridges in it. Jeff
Lloyd
Bridges was
Bridges.
in it.
Yo, guys,
Jeff-
hold that
Jeff
thought.
Bridges.
We've got a guess. Hey, Brenda, what's up? What's happening? What's up? Hold that thought, though. Hold that thought, Harmon. What's up?
How are you?
We're good. What's up?
You know that there's a difference between movies and reality, right?
Mm,
You know,
mhm.
I think that one of the best things that could happen is if we had some kind of way of treating paranoia,
Mhm.
right? I mean, you guys are this is just a fantasy.
You got
You're
3
living-
minutes and 52
You're
seconds.
living in a fantasy world,
Mhm.
right?
Okay,
Look
Mr.
what all
Brenda,
these
I agree
things
with
are
you.
happening.
We're living in a fantasy world, Mr.
All
Brenda.
these things are happening, and you can't tell the difference between movies and reality.
In reality,
You think
Or male or
movies are
female.
real,
No,
or you think movies are real?
we do.
Yeah,
Like
you live
2001:
in
A
a
Space
fantasy.
Odyssey, right?
Yeah, you live
Uh-huh.
in a fantasy world.
I know
All these
we do.
things are
Yeah.
happening.
That's
What do you
true.
mean with that,
Brenda,
Brandon?
you know what? I
It
hate having to
is.
say it, but you're right. We do live in a fantasy world
You do.
that us flat earthers created. That's right. Mhm. Go on.
Uh-huh. Yes, you
Yep.
do. Yes.
Yeah.
And have you noticed how flat Earth is just falling apart all around
I
you?
know that's what I was talking about earlier. We're falling
It's
apart. We
because-
are. That's true.
Because
Uh-huh.
people are seeing the truth.
I
The truth is coming to light.
did
You know,
it is-
people are seeing
Brenda, just
no,
a news
Brenda's
flash.
right. It's coming.
same-
The
this-
truth. The truth
same
is
crowd-
coming to light.
Sorry,
Go
the
ahead,
same
go ahead.
crowd that used to speak flat earth on TikTok are still speaking flat earth on TikTok.
I mean, it's getting smaller.
Oh
No,
yeah,
it's
sure
not.
it is. Of
No,
course
it's
it is. Uh-huh.
No,
Yeah.
the Globers are getting less and the flat earthers are growing. That's exactly how it is.
Brenda,
did
you
you-
have 1 minute and 14
Did you,
seconds.
did you check that? Right?
Oh, bro,
No, you didn't.
every
check it,
single
did you?
flat earth video is done by somebody different. Every single Globy video is done by 3, 4, 5 people that is always the same on
Yeah,
fucking
that's
TikTok.
Let's-
just not the case.
Brenda, less
I've
than a
seen
minute.
That is
Globy
the
McGlobeface, and I've seen Globy McGlobeface.
Exactly.
He puts out a great deal, and the Baron. He puts out a great.
The Baron, you said?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Cool. Very nice.
Yeah.
Brenda, man. Yo,
Yeah.
you got a couple of seconds. You ain't got much time, Brenda. So
Uh-huh.
She's saying truth.
Uh-huh.
He's saying truth and
Just-
reality.
just
I wonder
remember-
what
yeah.
he sees in the mirror.
Yeah.
What truth and reality he sees in the mirror.
I see the truth. I see the truth.
what's that truth, then,
Right.
Brenda, when you look
Right.
at it? Tell us.
Yeah, I do.
What's that truth?
Yeah,
then?
you talk about truth and reality.
I
You,
do.
you have no grounds to stand on. None.
I
Zero.
think I do.
Well, that's because I don't doubt you think you do.
Yeah.
No, I
Brenda, 30
believe you.
seconds. Brenda,
like
30
that.
seconds. Make them count.
What?
30 seconds. Make them count. 27 seconds.
Yeah.
Make them count. All balls to the wall. Let's go.
Why? What's the deal with you and Mikey?
I don't know what happened.
Well, I don't know. You were talking about him earlier.
Did I say his name?
Not once.
No, I didn't. You didn't
He
say his
just came
name.
up
You
here
were
to start
talking about
shit,
him.
dude.
Oh,
You were
okay.
talking about him, though, right?
I didn't say his name. What makes you say that? Nothing's wrong with him.
No,
Why? Nothing's
I
wrong
didn't
with
say you said his name. I said you were talking about him.
Time's up.
him. No.
Not
All right.
the
Hey,
brightest-
Brenda,
not the
it
brightest,
was
are
good
you?
to see you. It is good to see you. You have a good night. Stay safe. Thanks,
Oh,
Brenda.
the best for
We
you,
really
man.
appreciate having Brenda on here.
Back to fantasy land for
So
us.
nice. Yeah. Yeah.
How you doing, Rob?
Doing pretty good, man.
Nice.
Yeah, I
Wow.
actually I just jumped up. I wanted to at least put it in your guys' ear that on Jaren's show tonight, he had made a comment about him and Austin Whitsitt doing a debate on modern day debates.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh boy.
Oh, so it's gonna be.
They've been talking about that for a
Globies
couple of
against
weeks
flat
now.
earthers?
Is it supposed to be sometime soon?
So they're
Did you
Globies
hear
now,
me?
right? They're Globies now. So it's gonna be Globies against flat earthers. So
Not
Jaren is
Austin.
gonna be-
No. Austin Whitsitt versus Jaren.
So
Oh.
Austin Whitsitt is still a
What's the
flat
debate?
earther. Yeah, what is the debate? Because
He did not say a title or anything. Like I said, he just made comments. He said, "Who is it? James? Is he the one who runs Modern?"
Yeah.
Oh yeah, James.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he runs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he said James had reached out and asked Jaron if he would have a debate with Austin Whitsitt on the platform, and Jaron said, "Well, I don't know if like he's my friend. I don't know anything about a debate. I don't know if Austin would agree to that." And he said James told him Austin had already told him yes, he'd do a debate versus Jaron.
Yeah. And yeah, Tell It All now says it like it is. Exactly what I was thinking. That's like the Democrats were debating the Republicans. Two peas in a pod, fucking two broken wings on the same foul bird. Like total waste of time. Absolute waste of time.
MDD is a global platform anyway, so
Yep.
Jaron wins by default.
Yeah, I like the way you say that, Devs versus Republicans. My brother's been making comments about like that is literally the quote unquote debate of flat Earth versus globe. It's Democrats versus Republicans. There's a lot of similarity.
Just goes in circles.
Yeah, exactly.
I've seen
Exactly.
I've seen some
Big
good
old circle.
flatter win debates on MDD though, and it got us a lot. It twisted a lot of
I
people's
just mean
minds.
it's slanted, like the whole chat, the whole
Oh
thing
yeah,
is
yeah,
slanted
for sure.
towards the globe.
For
It's
sure.
Yeah. They're
very
like
globe.
this is probably the last flat Earth debate. I'm like, listen,
yeah,
man.
yeah, just like the
Like-
final experiment, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm
Do
like,
you-
that's our thing. Is when we walk away, you
MDD
have
gate.
people like those. Yeah, you have those people like the person that came in here that I'm not even gonna mention its name because it's like when you don't give them the power, they're vampires. They come seeking it. They come seeking our energy because it's useless. We don't talk about them no more because they're of no use, man. They're just husks.
He
of
almost
their
got you there
former
for a second. You gave him 27 more seconds, and he got you on a topic, and you lost track of time there. I said,
no, no.
"Hey, time's up."
Yeah, I was like, I was
He
like, I'll
got
give
you.
it 10 more seconds. I was like, oh, that's good.
He's good. He's good at it, though.
Yeah,
He is good at that.
He tries. He does try. I give him that. And
He
he
does.
already knew because he kicked himself out. I didn't have to do it. He's like,
Oh.
we get my ass
Well, he
on
just
out
came
of
up here starting crap with the whole Mikey thing and everything as a whole.
here. Yeah, I was like,
like
"Ah,
always, like always.
yeah,
Yeah,
Nothing
Mac,
better to expect.
I'd agree with you about the TikTok. Like the flat earthers, that it's still growing. The community's still growing. It's not slowing down at all. Nobody's falling off.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
And you wanna-
barely.
And you want to
Go
see
ahead.
something? You see what that person just did, that liar just did? Unfortunately, I have to call that person a liar. They lied. They said, "Oh, flat Earth is shrinking." That's not true. The opposite is
That's not
happening.
true. Yep.
They're like, "Oh, there are less of you." That's not true. The
Mm-mm.
opposite is happening. So I just, with every lie they say, I feed them the same bullshit. I'm like, yeah, of course it is. Yeah, like yeah, you're right. You
I like
guys
how
are
you did
winning.
that.
Because if we were really losing, why would they even have to come up here to
Exactly.
spit more lies? It doesn't make it like they're shooting themselves in the toes. And I'm like, I'll give you audience to shoot yourselves in the toes because for all those people that don't believe, the swallows, the Professor Phils, they get to see it for
Swallows.
themselves. We graciously allow them in here to shoot themselves in the toes and prove our points for us. Thank you there, Brandon. Much appreciated, sir. We appreciate you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Nobody has seen Shane St. Pierre debate.
What was that?
I haven't
Shane's
seen him
always
debate.
in his no, not Shane. Who's that? Tony Coriolis. He's been in Jaron's chat a lot now. I don't know if he changed or not. You remember Andrew? Andrew was always, the guy that did on the
The teacher,
trivia show and everything.
the
Yes,
teacher,
the teacher.
Andrew.
Yeah.
He teaches.
Yeah,
what?
Go ahead.
No, no, I was just saying
And,
he's a
yeah,
teacher.
he was,
and he was
I
in the
heard him
Navy,
on
I
a-
think.
Yeah, electronics.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard him finally the other day. He was on a podcast, but he's still hardcore flat earth, but he distanced himself from all those people. So that was good to see. When I showed you that video the other day, I linked Vlad. It said, and Andrew. It said your name, Vlad,
yes.
and but it wasn't
Yeah,
you, it
they
was
said
another
Vlad. Yeah, they said Vlad. I was like, I'm the only Vlad that I know in this flat Earth. You know what I'm saying? As far as I know, I'm sure there's other Vlads out there.
It's a pretty distinct name,
Yeah.
man.
It's a very distinct name
Yeah,
to
but it
be,
wasn't
especially to be a flat
Vladimir.
earther. Yeah.
They had Vlad and Andrew. The Andrew was the Andrew who was the teacher.
Okay.
And did all that trivia stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, well, if
Yeah.
you
Sure.
ever hear Shane St. Pierre debate, like he's part of Witsit's crew because he's part of
Right.
Ether cosmology, but he will never change back because he's brought some information on some debates that could never ever he could never come back from that. He can never say tomorrow that he's a glober right now because the stuff that he brought forward is amazing. He brought over one night one debate the longest telecommunication signal that was made in, I don't know, it was like in 1800s or something like that.
1800s. Marconi's.
Yeah.
Right.
Marconi's.
Right.
It was a dish that
From
was made out
England,
of
from
steel
England to
or
New York, or
whatever.
New York to England to Canada, or Canada to England, or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Thousands of miles.
yeah, it was in Europe.
Yeah. It was.
Yeah.
It was
Yep.
Australia.
Huh?
No,
And
No,
it
it wasn't.
it was in the 1900s.
It was war. It was because of they were stopping
Oh,
missiles.
Kanikabine. You talking about
I'm not sure.
Kanikabine?
Yeah, the
in
Knickerbocker.
But
Germany?
anyways,
project.
it had a dish that clearly shows a straight transmission with the
Yeah.
ground.
Right.
Right.
It wasn't angled. It wasn't.
It was an angle. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't there that other battle during, I think it was WW2, this battle of the ... and it was between England and Germany.
Germany. Yes, and then
What was the name?
the English scientists said there's no way that they could see this because of the curvature of the Earth.
Right,
Wasn't
right.
it Battle of the
Right.
Beams or something like that? Battle of the.
I don't know what it was.
I was gonna
Very-
say
I-
beams
no,
sounds
it
right.
was
That's that Kanikabine crazy.
it was Churchill's science advisor saying no,
Right,
they can't do that because of the curvature of the Earth. And this younger guy was telling him, hey, they're doing it. And so after about 2 weeks of them doing it, the story is Churchill got rid of that science guy and brought the other guy in and said, what the hell are we going to do now? You know,
Yeah.
so that's the story I remember.
It was
man,
it was
they
it
falling
was
for
battle.
bullshit.
Oh, hold on. Did you guys hear me?
Yeah, there
Yeah,
you go.
Battle of Beams.
The
Yeah,
pro-
it was Battle of the Beams. It's in
For sure.
1930s, and it was World War II, of course. Was it one?
Yeah.
See, this
Right,
is the
right.
No, it's
that's
two.
what happens. That's what happens when you fall for bullshit like that. People lose their lives. There you go. I get losing your life in real time,
Yep.
right? Because of bullshit, because of lies. You do know that, and then I'm like, what movies have they made about the flat Earth? I'm curious. I'm so curious. I'm like, movies. I'm like, we're the ones that make the movies. I'm like, we didn't make 2001: A Space Odyssey. We didn't make Capricorn 1 or anything. Aliens. Name the countless space movies. None of us made that, right? Apollo 13 or whatever else. First Man. I mean, the list goes on and on with the quote unquote documentaries and the right stuff. I mean, we could talk all day about the lies that they put on TV to disguise as the truth. We could go on all day. Not one time have we made any of that. So I'm curious as to where these lies come from. But that's the problem. When you present yourself as a walking and talking anomaly lie, you're of course you're gonna place blame as for these lies as being our lies, as being us disguising the truth. Like here's the thing. I was about to say I don't understand. No, I do understand. And I think when people like Brandon come in here and start talking shit like that, we should welcome them and we should let them just shoot their own toes off. Like, go ahead, keep talking shit. Keep talking shit because you have no power in here. You just looking like a total jackass, looking like a total fool. So guys, don't get mad when they come in here. Give them their 5 minutes so that we could show at the rest of the world what the bullshit that they're allowed to believe. It is a living testament to that.
Yeah. He only shows up during certain subjects. It's always the same ones too.
Yeah. And it's good. It's good because I didn't want you to lose your place, Harmon, because I was like, talk about that. Keep talking about that because that's a sore spot, apparently.
Yeah, well, we were talking about the movies. He didn't like that. We were comparing truth in the movies and lies in the news, which there is a lot of truth in the movies. I don't care what they say.
Right.
The Truman Show, you know,
Uh,
the one they and
They live.
there's so many. Well, what do you think of it? Gee, you said a few more. What'd you say?
You ever seen Ex Machina?
I've got a good one for Truman.
No.
That's a good
No.
one. If you haven't checked that out, you know what
Ex
I'm talking
Machina.
about.
Yeah, yeah,
About
yeah.
No,
guy.
spell it. Spell it.
It's
X,
EX
Yeah, sorry.
dash MACHINA. Ex Machina. It's pronounced Machina. But
Oh, I thought it
sounds
was Machina.
MACHINA. Yeah. Ex
Ex Machina.
Machina.
Yeah.
I think it's 2014.
Ex
somewhere.
Machina.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Ex Machina.
Yeah, that's what
Or
I see.
however. But
But
yeah,
I can.
2000.
But are you from America?
Me, yeah.
And if you are, you must be from the South.
No.
No, he's from
Just, you know,
Illinois.
it's-
He's
Yeah,
from
I'm
Illinois.
I mean, I lived in the South. I lived in Texas for a while.
it's,
But
Were you at Fort
Ex
Hood?
Machina.
yeah, yeah.
Oh my God, Jesus.
But
You
but
idiot.
you know
Yeah,
Can I
what?
have a
the-
good
Yes,
one for the
boss,
Truman
you
I
Show?
was
and
in
I-
Hood. What's that?
Hey Vlad, can you share my screen real quick?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I seen that one. I've watched it. It
Okay.
came out
After
in
Max,
2014.
I want to touch on a
Go ahead.
scene on the Truman Show that doesn't get talked about a lot.
Okay, which one is it? I want to see. Who
All right.
said? Who's showing this?
Right
Who
now,
is
let
this
me show.
video-
Let me show this real quick.
Oh.
These are what was used in Battle of the Beams,
For sure.
and
Right.
and you see the book. Hold on, where is the book? I had to search a little bit further in order to get the dishes specifically, because if you just search Battle of the Beams, which gets the book up, showing up, this one right here, you don't see the dishes. They're trying to hide some stuff right there, but if you put in Raider or dish, you see what they actually used. Which is not this one, it's this one. This is for an early warning radar system, but what they used the beams for was to take out missiles. This stuff right here, which is like a straight shot.
That right there is they use that to take out missils?
Yep.
That
well,
looks like an
that-
early warning or early. That's like one of the earliest early warning radar systems. That right there.
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen.
I'm not sure.
those.
Just look at the debate where Shane St. Pierre talk about this. He lays it out. He lays the whole thing out.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
He's really good. Sorry, I cut it off.
That's okay. That's all right. Oh, my bad.
So now
Let's
you
bring
have
us
that-
back
like,
on.
Yeah, there you go.
You're good. All right, but yeah, I want to touch on that scene in the Truman Show. So I know a lot of people know about the scene with the director. We accept the reality in which we're presented.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, that's a great scene, great one. Like, cool. The thing is, there's a scene at the beginning of the movie, and it's a scene with Truman's best friend in the movie.
Right.
And he's having a off-air interview or something, and he makes a comment, and he's like, everybody makes comments about, oh, everything's fake, and he says, well, no, not everything is fake, everything is controlled. And I think that was a really good line.
Yeah, it's kind of the turning point too, wasn't it? Like where he started to realize.
No, like literally, this is like the first 5-10 minutes of the movie.
Oh, okay.
And yeah,
Yeah, I
like
mean-
not everything's fake. Like things are controlled, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just not everything's fake.
Yeah, Jim Carrey had his Hollywood splurges. I'm not sure if it's scripted or if it's to me it looked
Right.
real. I always loved Jim Carrey. I always loved his acting. From growing up, I watched all his videos, and then I saw Truman Show, and I'm like, holy crap, that's flat Earth. Hits the ice wall, and you get out of the Matrix somehow. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
With his ship sailing into the wall. Like,
yeah, and
you
then
know?
just yep.
Yeah.
Well, the
And
Matrix-
everybody's
you said
trying to
the
tell him not
Matrix.
to sail, not to go, not to, you know.
The Matrix is another one you just kind of hinted on one
Oh,
there
yeah.
too.
I think a good one that I think has a lot of Easter eggs that most people don't even know about. I don't know if you've seen it. It's called The Adventures of Baron Munchausen.
I haven't seen it. I've heard of it.
My God, you talk about movie just Easter eggs from the beginning. That's one.
Oh,
The Adventures of Baron Munchausen.
yeah. There's a channel that it's Spanish though. You might get translations. It's
Univision.
called
Sábado Gigante.
it's called Naov or Noaf, one of the two. It's Noav, I think, or Naov.
Mhm.
He does really good like flat earth documentaries, but he goes over the subject and it's all factual. And he was talking about the North Pole. See, I don't discriminate because I'm not just a South Pole lover. I try to look everywhere. And
Mhm.
he talks about the North Pole, and he pulls up. You know how we've dissected the Monte Urbano map.
Mhm.
Well, he pulls up 7 maps that has the 4 islands in the center, like literally, like really old, very good 7 maps that has the 4 islands. You know, even
Right.
even when they have the projection, when it's kind of like a globe,
Right.
right?
They
When you see
still
the
show.
continents like this, they still show 4 big giant piece of islands in the north.
What is this?
I have to get you the names. Just give me a second. I'll get you the names, but it's gonna take a while. So.
Where did he see what kind of map were they showing?
Yeah, I'm gonna get you the names. I just saw the video today. I didn't write down the names, but let me just get you.
Yeah, there's a lot of maps that show the North land. I don't know when it stopped. There was a date when people quit putting it on there, but there was always
Yes.
land in the North.
Right.
All of that
And the
happened,
four-wheeler-
Armin. All of that
Right.
happened around the 1600s.
Right. Yes.
All that.
Was
It
around
seems
1600.
Yeah, before
Yeah.
that is where they had all the maps with the lands in the north, and then
Right.
past the 1600 is where they started taking it back.
Taking it out. Right.
Like, oh, you guys are seeing too much. No, this is not allowed.
Right. So my thing is, yeah, because it's the ones that we obviously see every time. It's the Mercator showing it, and then it has obviously Urbano Monte. But then who else? What else?
Well,
Where
well,
else?
it had a lot to do with Septentrionale.
The Septentrionale.
Yeah, Septentrionale is kind of a definition of the northern winds,
Right.
but it's really tied down with the North Pole
The North
and
Pole.
how the 4 islands were looking. And there was two other names that he mentioned a lot that most of the maps had, and he broke it down like really good. But yeah, so it's gonna take a little bit. Just give me a second. Let's go ahead.
I gotta okay. And this is a movie or is this a show or is what is this?
No, he makes really good documentaries, and that's it. He's
I
a
wonder
flat
where
earth-
he got those maps. I wonder where he got those maps.
No, it's known. It's just that you don't find them on the internet because it's all hidden. Yeah, I mean you don't hear of the knowledge of them, right? Because they keep it on the low. You know, they're
Right.
not
And
gonna-
we
they're
have
not
we
gonna-
have the maps that we have available to us. We that's all we got. Excuse me, that's all we got. Or
Well,
at
they're
least
in
I
the
think.
Wayback Machine. You go back and find those maps in the Wayback Machine.
I don't know what that
Yeah.
Harmon, I don't know what that is.
That's a good website.
The website.
Wayback
That's
Machine.
right.
The Wayback Machine.
Yeah, they save everything on the internet. And you just got to go back there and you got to navigate yourself through it. All books, everything that they can get there, it's on there.
Really?
That website's
Um,
been compromised a little bit though, because
Oh,
they
fuck.
Yeah,
I mean, you can still
recently they
find-
said, right?
what
So-
Recently they said.
So what the Wayback Machine is that it's a portal where you can put in a website like
Right.
NASA.com or
Right.
.gov, excuse me, and you can date it back to like 2000 and
Right.
whatever,
And to see
2015,
got
and
you.
it will capture snapshots of the
Yes.
database. It's not going to capture everything of the website. It's going to capture the snapshot of the smaller
you.
sized files of the website.
And you'll be
you're
like,
gonna see the
Internet
changes
Archive does a
if they
real good
remove
thing, too.
this. Yeah,
right?
if they
Yes.
remove something of the front page from one day to the other, you will see that.
you'll see it. You'll see the
Yeah.
differences. And that's all
That's
really
the
that's
good
all
part
we
Do
of
you
need.
it.
know,
You're like, yeah.
Vlad, do you know the Internet Archive?
No.
I think I
That's
know what
it's
you're
probably
talking about.
better.
Really.
Yeah, I've been donating to that since 2017. Internet Archive.
All right,
.org.
guys.
They got
Guys, before we continue, there's something that we need to discuss real fast. Just let everybody know. Brenda came in again. Notice that person came in when we were talking about that disease and the things related to it and population control. This is the second straight time that person came up The first time we were talking about the disease and how it was affecting everybody, right?
Right.
That was last week. A second time again, we're hitting on that point of the disease. That person came in just so they could detract from us discussing the issues with the population control. Notice
Right.
there's a pattern with it. I'm
Of
starting to
course.
see it. Just saying. But continue. Go on. Go on.
I have my screen shared.
Okay.
I'm
There
not.
it is.
I'm not gonna show like. I'm not gonna play it because of obviously it's in Spanish.
Oh,
But it's this one. You see how it looks on top. This is just the start of
right.
it.
Right.
Let me
Yes.
Let me mute this.
Have I seen this?
I don't know, man, but it's one documentary that he compiles for the whole like North
Golfo.
Pole. Look at that.
Oh my
Look
God.
at that.
Yes.
We know
Yes.
about
That's the
this.
one we see that.
Yeah, that's the
Right.
one we were just going
Yeah.
over.
Oh,
Yeah.
Geo. Can
What's
you?
up?
Oh, wow. Can you? What's the name of that? There's Mercator. What is the name of that freaking map? Those
The
other two maps.
Gerardus.
No,
Oh, the other two
no,
maps.
no.
Well,
We
the other
know of
two
that
maps
map.
was in the other two maps was his beginning, but he's gonna speak about it. So I gotta scroll forward for you. So, but this is Gerardus Mercator.
Yeah, that's the one we see. We have that
See,
one. I got that one here.
And
see
I
how
call it
it.
wild that they have a lot of focus on the South. No, like not a lot of eyes are paying attention to what's going on in the North.
Right.
Mm.
Right. We had Awakened Nemesis used to come in here all the time. I wonder what happened to him. But Awakened Nemesis used to come in here all the time.
I
and-
just Googled. Go ahead.
Yeah, Awakened Nemesis used to come in here all
Waking
the time.
Nemesis,
And
you said.
he used to say, yeah, the North is where our focus should be instead of the South. We're wasting our time with the South. I don't think it's a waste of time. I think it's good that at least we had some things happening down there. But I agree definitely that we should be trying to take a look and seeing what's going on in the North. And I see that, yes, what you're pointing at, Gio, I see
The
it.
4 entrances of the island, and it's separated into 1, 2. I'm not sure if I have this thing right here. Oh, there you go.
Mhm.
1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. So
Wow.
look at this. Totally different cartographer, totally different map, totally different times. They have the same
Right.
thing.
I know there's a big battle for it, control up there because
Right.
between
That's
like
why we're
America
trying to,
and Russia and China and everything.
right. That's why we're
'Cause,
trying so hard to get to Greenland. What is
Right.
that?
I
All right,
think
this-
I think the big battle is the fear mongering. I think the North Pole is just one of the keys to just deciphering the globe, because once you know that there's a big magnetic rock in the center there, you know that
Oh.
there's no big magnetic rock inside of us.
Yes.
There's a candy
I
cane
think-
pole up there.
Yeah, that's
I'm just kidding.
just my opinion.
But somebody said something very profound, I think, that black rock is like
Look at
a
this
heart.
one right here.
Oh, wow.
Same thing. Look at that.
Septentrionale.
This has it
Abba.
written Hyperborea.
Hyperborea.
A lot of people call it Hyperborea too.
Right.
Not sure
Wow.
how exactly it's put inside
You know,
together.
if you-
but-
Hyperborea comes
hold on.
from the Nordic
Pause
Nordic
that.
religion.
Right. If you think about it, Hyperborea, Arbor.
Look at this.
Anytime. Hold on. Pause that
Sorry,
real
go ahead.
quick. So look in the middle. Hyper and Borea. Hyperborea or Arborea. Arborea. Just Arborea. They're talking about trees, dude. So even in I think it's Joshua. I might be mistaken, or it might be Numbers. I forget where in the Bible they talk about having a dream. One of the prophets had a dream, and he was on high looking out, and he could see in the middle of the world, he said, was a giant tree in the middle of the world, and it was dropping food for everyone to eat. A giant tree in the middle of the world. So that makes sense that they would call that area Hyperborea,
Yeah,
or
I mean, they
a
always-
tree inside.
Well,
Yeah.
if you look at the whole thing, it kind of looks like a tree stump.
It's
Like
a tree
a rock.
stump. That black rock could be the tree stump.
Yeah. They always refer to this to the tree of life, right?
Yes.
And they sometimes add into it
Yggdrasil.
too, as that area was the Garden of Eden itself.
Yes.
I've heard of that too. I'm not too much into
Yep.
religion, but that's what I heard too. Yeah.
Wow. See, right. Because if it was Hypoborea, do you think the tree would be on our side? Hypoborea?
Look at his map right here. Look how old it is,
Bore.
and it has the
Hyper.
Hyperborea
Bore.
still on it.
Scythia. Scythia. Wow.
Orbis terrarum
Hyper.
and
Bore.
Heredity.
Right,
Wow.
and don't they still have a treaty up there in the north, just like they do in the south?
Oh,
I don't
think
know.
so. Yeah.
Yes.
I've heard of it.
It's not a treaty. It's called
Bore.
the early warning system. It's called the DO system, defense early warning system, that you're not allowed to go there because they say, well, if Russia shoots something at us or we shoot something at them, you interfere with the early
Look at
warning system.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah,
look at
because I know flights like they don't go directly over the center; they go around. Like they do go north, it's just not right over the middle.
Yeah, even if you're taking like even if you're sailing up there, you get to everybody's gonna follow the rules and they're gonna tell you to follow the magnetic declination, and once you're following the magnetic declination, it's gonna throw you off like 20 degrees off from the center, and you're gonna keep on sailing long and long and long and long instead of just going below the North Polaris star.
Yeah, 'cause I don't think we've ever had an observation of direct 90 on Polaris.
Look at that. Look at
Exactly, Rob. Nobody has ever filmed Polaris from below of it.
No, right underneath it.
Yes.
Right.
Exactly.
You know, here's one thing that we noticed when it was filmed recently, and it's looking weird, Polaris, is that it looks like a spinning top. And that upright, sometimes you'll see it upright, other times you'll see it like tilted a little bit, but its bottom, you see how we've been seeing the stars lately where it looks like it shoots one at the top, one at the bottom. Well, let me show you guys something real quick. You have this is what, hold on,
Oh, are you showing something? Oh, never mind. Let me go
star.
back.
No, keep showing what you're showing.
Oh, okay. Did you see this map? Look at this, man. Oh my god. Same thing. 4 channels, 4 islands, or continents, whatever you want to call it. Look at how Antarctica is shown here.
Yeah, when I was looking at those a few years back, I was thinking those 4 rivers, and it goes all the way, let's say, to our south perimeter. I think it recycles and some comes back up and cleans the water and redoes the whole system. That's how I was thinking.
It's
one
like
thing,
a filtering system.
Yeah, one thing that I was having a big problem with when I was making the model, because I was trying to add into the map the North Pole also, is to know if it was the water was coming out of it or the water was going into it. And then I realized that it was going into it because I think it's Monte Urbano map that shows, like, if you look at the image, it looks like it's not like cascading waterfalls that's coming out of it, but rivers going inside of it.
Going inside of the North Pole.
Yes. And like what's your name again? Like you just said, Harmon, yes. It's a filtering system, and I believe this exact same thing because I think that it's recently also that NASA has been saying that right now all of a sudden they're doing like ground experiments and scientific research and all of that.
That's what we have NOAA for. NOAA is oftentimes the NASA of the seas.
Right. And they're saying that there's large rivers of water that runs below our continents. And not just that, we know that the water returns back inside the ocean with like geysers that are in the deep oceans. Right? Geysers that are in the deep, and they come back with heat somehow. And they come back up. So I guess I don't know if the heat, heat cleans and purifies.
Yeah, I was picturing it the opposite way. I was picturing coming from the south, coming back up out of the north and back out down through us.
Oh,
That's the
okay.
way I
Right,
pictured
right.
it.
Kind of like a
But-
fountain. Kind of like a
Yeah.
fountain.
Yeah, that
Okay.
was supplying us when it came back from the south. However, it does through your. But I like how you said the stuff comes out of the bottom of the ocean with the geysers and stuff. So that
Right.
makes a little more sense.
Right.
But if
we
you
don't
if you
know. I
look,
mean, it's fun to guess.
But
But
yeah,
if
but
we-
I
if
mean,
we
if you
look-
still look at it, you're not sure if it's coming in or going out.
right.
Right.
But if we could, but I'm wondering if we look at how a fountain functions, right? Just imagine like Married with Children. You see that big old geyser in the middle. You see that thing sprout, shoot up, and then perhaps it's shooting up, right? And then all that stuff, kind of like what you said, Harmon, all that stuff heads to the south. Maybe there's like a screen, kind of like in a swimming pool, how you have the screens at the ends, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that's how it functions, and then it just recycles there. But then you have to wonder, if it does that where it shoots out, but then it comes back in somehow, like maybe half of the day, it comes back through the same center. It just does the opposite effect.
Gee, do you know the names of the rivers?
No.
I know
Pishon,
they have
Gihon, Euphrates, and something else, right?
There's four-
Euphrates.
I can't
In
remember.
the north? Euphrates, I
Yeah.
think
Yeah,
it's
those rivers,
is by
they named them.
Egypt.
Yeah, the
The
rivers are
Euphrates
called
also goes through Turkey and everything else. It's a big river.
Pishon, Gihon, Euphrates, and something else.
What rivers you guys talking about? I think
Those rivers
Euphrates.
in the north.
And the rivers from the
Okay.
north.
Okay, I thought Euphrates was from like Egypt and stuff like that, like over there in the middle, not Middle East.
When I was in Turkey, I think Euphrates was going through there.
Yeah,
Right.
around that area. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows? I don't know. I can't remember. It's been 1983 last time I was there. 1984.
Turkey.
You weren't even born.
All right.
Oh well, I was born back then, man. Hell yeah, I was enjoying Transformers back in '84. You kidding me?
I was talking to G.
Oh.
I know
So
you're
was
old.
Brenda.
Oh yeah. Brenda was old as hell back then, man.
Brenda's. I think Mr. Brenda's the same age as me. Is 66.
The ultimate Decepticon.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Brenda, old as hell. But hold on, let me.
You know what I found suspicious though? They say
Oh.
that the size of this. I'm sorry.
They
What?
say, yeah, no, that's okay. Please go on. I don't want
They
to steal
say-
your thunder there.
Thanks. They say that the size of this magnetic rock, because they refer to it as a magnetic rock,
Right?
is 33 miles long.
They say French miles, but yeah, 33
miles.
French miles. But yeah, I hear that. Yep.
Okay. I mean, 33 is what I find suspicious.
Yep. They say it's 33 French miles high and then 33 French miles across.
Is wow? Okay, that's kind of
But
weird.
if you look at Urbano Monte's map, you know what it says in the middle?
What?
Golf, G. It says G in the middle.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Right.
Yeah. And so with it saying G, and then it shows, there's the picture that shows, and we kind of went
Look at
over it.
this, man.
It shows they have that picture that shows what's his name? What's that fucker's name? Gerardus Mercator holding not pacifier, but holding the
Medici shield.
no, what's
Okay.
that? The compass. Holding the compass.
Mm.
A piece of the compass is the pointer is right there, directly hovering over the G, hovering over the North Pole. You know what it's symbolizing? Let me show you.
Yeah.
So I could show you. Oh, so
Are you gonna change the screen?
Professor Phil is saying that he's part of the community now. Well, so I think Professor Phil has accepted that the Earth is flat, but he doesn't want to come out and say it. But we've turned Professor Phil. Welcome to the family, Professor Phil. Welcome to the flat Earth. Good to see you. Good to have you on board, Professor Phil.
Coming out of the globe closet.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, because
Nice.
it's genuine. When you become flat Earth, man, it's genuine. It's real.
Yeah. It's the truth.
Yeah, it's the
You see
truth.
this map right here, Vlad? Look at this, man. Oh my god, this is like so
What?
freaking old.
What?
Made that with water killers.
Yeah. Exactly. Not sure what this is. This looks like a ribbon or something like that.
Like a
That
coin or a
holds-
medallion or
Hold on.
something.
Yeah, like a coin.
Oh.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, look at this one. Check this out. Also, the same thing. Look at it. All of it. Are you telling me that all of these people got this wrong? All of these people are fantasizing. All
yup,
of these
that's
people
true.
are making shit up because they're doing drugs or whatever they believed in back, whatever the excuse they're trying to put up nowadays.
Yup.
Look at this, man. Another
Hold
one. Oh,
They all
this.
did the same dream, right?
on.
yeah.
Oh wow.
This doesn't have the islands though, but this is a map. I've seen a different map in Colombia that has this septentrionale in it, but I'm not seeing septentrionale. I'm seeing septentrionale. It's kind of written different.
Like when Vlad had to go to Stanford to look at that map. Can you imagine the maps they have behind the walls of like the Harvard or Yale library that's only select people can go to?
Mhm.
And
So
Yep, imagine that.
yeah, oh yeah, totally. So let me present this real quick, and then we could go back to your video if you don't
Yeah,
mind.
tell me when you
G.
switch so I see what you're seeing. No, of course not,
Yep.
man. It's your show.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
switching?
Yes, I am. So
Oh.
yeah, go ahead. Do you guys see that?
Not yet.
It's coming.
Oh, okay, it's loading.
Yeah.
Okay, it's taking a little bit of time. I don't know why it's doing that, but it is.
I think that's too much time though.
Right.
Try it
Oh
again.
boy. Oh, it's coming. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, now it wants to do this shit. Nice.
Oh, our technology is so advanced, guys.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh boy.
There you go.
There you go.
Ah, it's about time. So you
Mm.
guys see Gerardus Mercator right there?
Mhm.
Freemason.
All right.
Freemasons.
So do you see how his compass is situated?
Oh yeah.
Right.
See that?
Right.
What do you think this is supposed to represent, this compass?
Freemason.
This
Yep,
area has
it's
to
the
be hidden.
Freemasonry. Exactly. So you see how the compass is just like, it looks like a Freemason symbol.
Even with this finger, kind
Yep.
of slanted
It's-
across.
Yes, exactly like an
What-
A.
Is this
Yep.
the Monte Urbano map?
No, this is Gerardus Mercator posing.
What year was this?
Ah, man, I don't know. But you see, it also shows Polis Magnetis. You see this? This is that
Yeah.
other mountain right here, and it's separating the two
American.
continents. It's separating the east from the west, but it's situated incorrectly. It's situated backwards. It's backwards. And I don't know if they did it on purpose, but it's wrong. Because on this side, it's supposed to be Asia. And then this side is supposed to be the North American continent. Right here. And
Yeah,
right
if-
here is the Aegean Strait, or the Bering Strait that we call it. You understand?
If it had the globe on it like that, that's probably around 18 to 1900s.
Showing, but Gerardus Mercator died in the 16, I think in like 1595 or 16 something, the early 1600. Gerardus Mercator died, or the late.
Yeah, maybe this
1500s.
is maybe this is just a painting of him. You
Maybe,
know, somebody
but
else.
Well-
You know what I mean?
I'm gonna call out like I don't know if anybody else is seeing it. To me, it looks like that globe is added. It's not.
it could
like
be.
the-
Yeah, sure, it could be.
They
Like
do
it
look
wasn't part of the
different.
original picture.
Right. Like it
Yeah.
had been added. It's just what I'm seeing.
Hmm.
Okay, perhaps, but I just like how it's situated this way, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you see this.
And if you see the map that I was just showing, it has
Mm-hmm.
that exact area right there saying Terra Incognita. And a lot of people confuse the word incognita to being like incognita means secret.
Secret, right? So, and Terra Incognita
Or
was supposed
hidden.
to be where the United States, well, not the United States, but the North American continent.
Yeah.
It's supposed
Yeah,
to be
like you're
terrible.
saying, like you're seeing the issues with the globe itself, and then add on top of it. Like I said, it looks like that globe is added.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and let me show you guys this real quick before we get to yours real fast, Geo.
Oh
I'll
no,
show
man! I
you all
have time,
this.
man.
Yeah. Hold on. Where's this thing? No. Oh boy. I had it. Hold on. El Lima star. Let me show you guys this right here. Okay. So if you look, it's called the unicursal. Let me
It's
share
not
it
up
with
yet.
you guys. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm about to share it with y'all.
gotcha.
Boom. Boom. So you see this right here?
Oh,
That's also the same thing.
Yeah.
The
See this
Freemason.
star? They call it the
Mm.
Thelema star or the unicursal hexagram. This is probably what Mikey's been getting.
I was gonna say it almost looks like Sirius or whatever. That
This is what Sirius is.
yeah.
This right here is what Sirius is. So people knew something because you see how it's got the cone in the top and then the cone in the bottom.
Right.
There's nothing else out there like it. And then the band that we can't see because it's so fucking bright, but this is it. This is Sirius.
Now, where's this? Is there a history book or something about where this this pattern comes from?
A history book. I don't know about a history book.
Well, it has duality, and that's for sure. And
Yes.
Freemasonry, they love that duality shit.
Oh yes, yes. they do.
33, 66.
Right. You can definitely see that.
Two-headed eagle. The two serpents in the medical,
Yep.
all that shit.
Yeah, like I'm just curious because obviously it's not a perfect, quote unquote, perfect star. Like it's, and
But if
like
you
it
split
is
it,
duality, so it's
Yeah.
equal top and bottom.
exactly. I was about to say that. Yep. Look at that. So there it is. The unicursal hexagram, and I'll go ahead and I'll share it with you guys. I'll get off this screen right here so we can get back to the film that you were showing there, Gio.
Yeah, and one thing that I have to mention about you guys are seeing this?
Yes.
Yeah, one thing that I have to mention that now for whoever the guy, I don't know, that's not his name obviously, but just the name of the channel, but he was putting in focusing on Greenland, on how with time Greenland used to be tied to the North Pole, and they slowly took it away from it, and it had vegetation,
Right.
and now it's covered with snow.
Mm-hmm.
And it's separate from it. And if you go, even if you've ever like go into Google and look this shit up and zoom into all the coastlines of Greenland, they don't have photos of it. They don't. It's of course there's a photo of it, but
right.
It doesn't. How do you say it? It stays grainy.
Oh, it's smudged. So you want to know something? It's just like everything else. Everything they've told us about Greenland is the exact opposite. It's actually the exact opposite. It's so instead of it being icy, at one time it was truly green land.
Right.
Huh. Okay.
So they have here, even in this map right here, Oh. Go back to this. Septentry once again, incognita.
Well, Maria Walker is saying, I have a Reader's Digest Atlas of the World book from the 60s, and on the inside cover is a map of the old world, and there are people eating people in different areas. A DC monster and even a DC monster and even. Oh, I don't know.
Maria should come on the live.
Maria doesn't do lives. She's like,
I know.
Yeah, Maria be talking shit in the thing, and she's like, no, I'm good. No,
No, she got to show that to
She's
us.
got good info though.
Maria always got some good shit, man. But Maria ain't never gonna come in, man.
Yeah, she got to
Maria ain't
show
gonna
it.
come
Look
in.
at that. Look at this right here. Oh my
She's
God.
like, I don't like it. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Look at this
Mapachino.
map.
Look.
It's a Chinese map.
Look.
It's a butt.
John Dominique Cassini,
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
1696.
Wait. What'd you say, Harmon?
You're cutting out Harmon.
Oh, I know. My internet's terrible. That's why I've been talking. Jean Dominique Cassini, world map of 1696.
Let me check that out.
John
World
Dominique Cassini.
1696. Yep. Okay.
1696.
Ooh, I see it. Cassini's map. There are a whole bunch though. Which one?
I don't know. It's just in my.
I see it. Let me show it to you guys.
It's in the New World Atlas in 1962 of my book. When Maria said that, I said, "Oh, I remember that map. It's in. It's on this one too. They used to have it everywhere. Even in the 60s, you used to see it."
Wow, I only put that in there one time, but it split it in a bunch of. Oh Jesus. Oh wow, very nice. Let's see what you got, Gio. Gio, you think you could blow that up? Because that's what I got.
Is this the one?
That's one of them.
That's not it. It's a single.
Oh, it's I don't know what happened. It's stuck.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a government website. That's why it's loading slowly.
Oh wow, look at that. 16.
Are you looking at my screen because it's not loading when I click on it? Oh, it's from the Library of Congress.
Ah,
Mm.
which I gotta pay those guys a visit here shortly.
Hmm.
To check on that map.
It was from 1692.
Oh, okay.
It's a single map. It's not double.
1692. Let me put that in.
1692 and not 1696.
Let me see it. Let me look at it. I see it's right here. 1696.
Okay, 1696. Cassini.
Yeah, this is the book I found when I was going to the old dollar stores, not dollar stores, but the old bookstores and stuff like that.
What?
Secondhand. That's it up
Right.
there, top.
Let me see. You have it up, Gio?
I have something
that
here. Is not this one?
No,
So it's
Go
a
back.
single map, you said.
it's a single map.
But you saw it,
This
Gio
is
had it, right?
This is interesting too. Look at this. Look at this right here.
Could
This
you
is
zoom
from
in?
Cassini. This is from Cassini too.
Yes.
Oh, it has the
yes,
stars. Look at that. It has the stars.
Yep. Yeah. So it's funny because that right there is what they have on the hallways leading up to the Rumsey library, the Rumsey section
yeah.
of the map area in Stanford University. You have that big giant planet. Is it not the constellations set up that way against the wall? It's
Oh,
huge.
okay. This one.
Yep, that. Yes.
Oh, this is Dutch. Cassini was Dutch. I don't know if this is Cassini's
I
map,
did not know that.
but this is Dutch.
Go back.
This-
Back. You had to go back to the images. There's another one.
Right here it says Jesus makes the two big lights. Genesis 1:16. I guess it's Genesis. It says Gen right here 1:16.
Oh, okay. The two lights. All right, the sun
The
and the
sun
moon.
and the moon, of course.
Yep.
Yeah. Go back. You said go back? Oh man, this is so interesting. I'm so sorry.
The maps, and that was on the top left, I think.
Oh my god, this is so pretty, man. This is so beautiful. I'm sorry.
Okay, look at that. I don't
Which
care.
one?
I don't.
Which one? This one, right?
Oh no, I mean you had the images. You clicked on that from
I
images.
think that's a French. I think that one's a French
Okay.
map, right?
This
Not
is
that
Cassini
one.
right here.
The one in the middle, it's got colored. Like two over from that. Two over
That
at the
one?
top.
That
To
one?
the left, to
No,
the right.
Look, that one, yeah.
That one? Oh, that one's in my whatchamacallit as well. That one's in my 1958 atlas on the inside.
Yeah, that's mine too. It's inside my atlas.
Oh, but the north is missing the four heads.
No,
Mhm.
well, it's
No,
it's
there's
not
no land
missing. It's there. There's a land right here. There's a huge piece of land right here.
A
But
huge
it's once again incog. Well, this
terra
says
incognita. That's the U.S.
Well, this says incognis. Doesn't say
Terra
incognito. It says
incogniti,
incognis.
incognitus, something like that. But that's the U.S.
Inconuous. INCON.
Inconue. Could you think you could zoom in just a little bit more?
Can you find this on the David Rumsey maps?
Probably they have a lot of maps.
Probably they have a bunch. I'm sure they would.
Yeah.
Um,
Look how they have Australia right here. That's insane.
Yup.
Look how big they have it.
Yep. But then
They
again,
don't have Africa big. They have Australia bigger than Africa in size and width. And look
Zoom
at this
in on-
right here. Look at that right there. Look at
yeah,
this.
and you see how they didn't include it?
Yeah, it's cut off or whatever.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, like right down there is where Tasmania would and should be, but
It shows here that it's
yeah.
connected to
Look at
They
that.
definitely were impressed with the North back those times. And if our timeline's right, if the history wasn't changed, that they ain't playing all those games, I'd like to think that this is kind of real.
Maria Walker, I do not know about the Mandela affected maps. I don't know.
I am so in love with this map right here. Look at this. It's crazy.
Oh, those are the Bible story maps.
Yep.
Yep. And then they showed the 10 Commandments on one of them, I think. Yep. They show what's his name about to slaughter his son, and then the angel tells him God's going to provide Abraham. Is that the burning bush? What's that?
I'm not sure what they're burning there, man.
Oh,
No, that's
Probably-
an altar. That's a sacrificing
Okay.
altar.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Cain and Abel. That's Cain and
Cain.
Abel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cain brings a bunch of fruit. Abel brings
Genesis 4.
some
Oh,
ribs.
Cain and Abel. That's correct. Right here. Sacrifice to Cain and Abel.
Yeah.
I wasn't
Cain-
even reading the words. I was just looking at the pictures.
Right.
Cain brought a bunch of
A bunch of grain. Cain bought grain.
that wasn't the best, and the story goes that Abel had the better
He brought the better sacrifice.
the sheep, the pretty sheep. And
Yeah.
so he's mad, and because you didn't sacrifice right to me, and so now you're going to be cursed forever and killed your brother. I mean, that's a great story.
Yep.
Amsterdam.
Amsterdam with privilege.
Anyways, yeah, let's get back. Wow, this is so nice, man. This is crazy.
Yeah, look at that. Those guys over there holding it up.
Mm,
Two of
Yep.
them.
this is insane.
That's always been a fallacy too, where they say Atlas is holding up the world,
Yeah. No, actually, Atlas was supposed to be holding up the firmament.
and he's holding up the sky.
Yep.
Right.
Say firmament, he just said sky.
Oh, here, look at this, Vlad.
Terrace Australia's.
Look at this.
Inconue. Yep.
They have it written as
Terrace
inconnuous.
Inconue.
Again.
Yeah. That's
And
what was
pretty-
in that one that shows
Yeah.
Atlas holding up. Yeah.
Antarctica.
And I'm pretty sure this is Antarctique.
Antarctica.
Antarctique.
This is Italian, if I'm not mistaken. Antarctique.
Antarctique. Yeah.
So maybe the inconnuous, if you translate it to Spanish or Latin, is gonna be incognito.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways,
Mm-hmm.
let's get back to this right here. Just yeah. So look at that. Look at all these maps right here, man. All of them showing land in the north.
Inconue is stranger.
It's unknown.
Yeah. More definition. Uncanoe. At least you're in a canoe and not outside of it. I hate to be swimming that bitch, huh?
Look at this.
Canoe.
One of the earliest.
What you got? Oh wow, look at that.
The-
Look at
These
those
didn't have
splits.
money. These didn't have money to pay a good painter, though.
Yep.
Look at that.
Yep.
Oh, look, Tartaria. Right
Tartary.
there.
Right. Wow, look at that.
Look at
Yep,
that.
all
Right
into
there.
Asia.
Peru.
Yep. And look at the tropics,
Canada.
right? And the tropics
Uh-huh.
are right where they're supposed to be. Or right where we're used to seeing them at. And you see in America,
China.
the tropic is again, it's right hovering right over Cuba, barely under Florida.
Right above Australia.
Yep. And then Australia. Look at that. Capricorn
This
cuts
is-
right through it.
Hey, Vlad, this is exactly like the Monte Urbano map. It has
What year
the
is this one?
Antarctica. It has the Antarctica stretching up to the south.
1578.
Wait, what year?
1578.
Right here.
15. Oh, my bad. Oh, Jesus, my bad. I'm sorry.
What has Antarctica doing what?
It has Antarctica stretching all the way up to the south tropic.
Oh, okay.
Wait
The
a
Tropic of
minute.
Capricorn. Here, right here, Tropic of Capricorn.
Yes.
Antarctica stretching all the way
Oh
up.
my goodness.
I have always been so fishy about Australia.
Wait a minute.
Always.
Wait a minute.
I'm not saying that Australia is not there. I'm saying that there's something up with Australia.
Wait a minute. Quick question. So, okay. No, I don't think that's Antarctica. I don't think that's Antarctica.
Circulus Antarcticus, right here.
I see it. But if you look at where India is or where India would be,
Right here.
to the right. Yeah, that right there. Yep.
Yeah.
And then you go to the right of that
Uh-huh.
where you have like, you have like Malaysia, that piece of land, and then you've got that straight right there with that little island. If you go south, up to the left, yes, that you have those series of islands that's like Sumatra and shit like that,
Yeah.
and then you have that strait of like Malacca. It goes down, and then you have that piece. You have the Tropic of Capricorn at the bottom, and the Tropic of Capricorn apparently goes through Australia.
Hey,
So
let
I
me-
wonder
understand
if maybe at that time Australia was part of Antarctica, maybe.
I
Because
understand that. Yeah. I understand exactly what you're talking about. Just the thing
Real
that
quick,
I'm.
seconds. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
go ahead.
man. As they're watching this, and you think that South America has been going more east, look at the old maps and tell me what you're seeing. Is it in the place where it should be, or is it farther left? That's all. I'm just asking Jay Wynn in the chat. Go ahead, guys.
wait, okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that I know that they say in the Monte Urbano map that Australia supposedly wasn't discovered yet. But
we
you also see that there's a lot of islands there
Yep.
scattered around in the Monte
Yep.
Urbano map, and then you see the names of Australia in Antarctica,
hmm
which is kind of weird.
It is weird. And I'll
And
tell you what, I'm thinking that maybe Australia, it could have been, but you also have this big mass that's sitting in, I think they call it Terra Gaiaca, that's sitting right there in the middle of the Pacific between
that-
Australia and South America. That
Let me-
big empty body of water that's ain't nothing supposed to be in there.
Yeah, let me just throw this perspective out there.
Mm-hmm.
If there's no like routes or planes like flying in a certain area of Australia that is quote unquote connected to Antarctica that we don't know of ever, just in the globe model or Google Maps, they show us that it's not connected to Antarctica at all.
Mm-hmm.
They could be having it connected to Antarctica, but it's an area that nobody gets to.
That nobody goes to.
Okay, let me talk to this guy real quick. On Mustang, you
I know
say
it's crazy.
the map is at least 50 years old at most. Well, the map I got right here is 65 years old. So that's already doing away with that. So he's saying it's fake as fuck. This thing is. And
What is?
what you're looking at? This guy named 1980.
Oh no, we're not. I'm not
Oh,
claiming
oh.
that this is made to perfection.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm not agreeing with this guy that it's putting it down.
Right.
And I
Oh,
think
saying that
50
it's fake.
years back, and mine is over 65 years old, so there goes his 50 years.
Oh, right.
And yours is been 58, so that's 68 years. You know, your
Yeah.
map you had, lad, in your encyclopedia.
Right. Yeah. From
Oh,
58.
look at this right here.
What you looking at? Right. That's the rock. And it's got that river, and you got that river running away from it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. It has the rock, man.
Yep. And then you have actually look at that. You have all four rivers. If you go to the far left,
Yeah.
see that? You got 1,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4.
The four
They're there.
continents. They always
Yep.
talk about the four continents.
They're there.
Yep. That's
No,
there.
I don't. Yeah. I don't know
Gulf
if this
of
is
America
a fake.
is there.
Yeah.
Gulf of America. I was gonna say that. Bay
Gulf
of America.
And it's funny. Even then, they called it America. They had no problem. Now look at that.
Oh, yeah,
Look at this.
wasn't
Once again, look at this.
People
Totally
are-
different map. Look at this.
Wow.
Once again.
Look at that. Holy shit. Oh, now look to the left.
Yep.
Oh.
Archipelago.
Oh, dude. So do you think that right there is Australia?
That's a good question.
Or
And this
is that
could be
Terra Gaiaca? Because that could be the Solomon Islands, I think.
yeah, we have to go look at the main original map of this right here. Orbis Terrar Mapa de Abraham Ortelius 1581.
Orbis.
Mapa de
It's only a couple of years later.
Boy, they sure went to work, man, making them maps during that
Yeah.
time frame.
It's like all the buildings they were throwing up back in the old days too, right?
Yeah.
1581. But it's all delusional thinking and crazy people making this map, right? It's all fake
Mhm.
nonsense, supposedly, right?
It's all fake. They're all in the movies.
We live in a fantasy.
Yeah.
my gosh. You do that too well. You better watch it.
Yeah, they're
you're-
gonna start calling me him,
Oh,
herm. Yeah.
you sugar.
Shem.
On you sugar.
Shit.
See, this is why I use Yandex. See, I'm gonna find a totally different result. Oh, look at that. But I'm still gonna find better images
Yandex.
on
Yeah.
Yandex. If I look it up, please don't let me down.
I said I'm too late.
Oh boy. Oh wow.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, this is what I always use.
right here. Look at that.
Yandex.
And I can pop up the resolution right here. Boom.
Mhm.
Oh.
And I have this right there. There you go. I don't have to pay for anything.
Ah, even
There we go. Guinea. So this is
New Guinea.
New Guinea. That's north of Australia, supposedly.
Australia,
So
right?
this is Australia then.
What?
it's on almost
Yes, but look
it's
at
on many maps, man.
yes.
What the fuck?
Wow.
See,
Wow.
look, Australian.
Number.
And
Can
then
you zoom in a little bit
Circulus
more?
Antarcticus. No, I just have to save it. I have to save it and put it up.
A lot of the native New Zealanders were red hair, white skin. And they said, "Oh, they came from Ireland." No, it looks like they came from
From the Antarctica?
From giants. They came from giants.
and they came in.
I have to.
That's all. If you go to New Zealand and go to the people who live in New Zealand and ask them their stories, like
Heritage?
they have stories here, their
Right.
stories are the same thing, that they came from another land beyond the ice.
Oh
I'm
wow.
resharing my screen. Once again.
And they're red.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
It's like redheads and comes up.
So Australis is not necessarily Australia.
No, Australis means
Australis is
south.
South, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
For the people in the chat or the people that
Right.
oh, it says Australis. No, it doesn't mean Australia.
Yeah, that'd be big as hell.
Look at this,
Covers the whole bottom.
and look at
Look at
that
that.
right there. Doesn't have the rock.
I was about to say, does it have the rock? No.
Maybe if you
It's
zoomed
got
in
the
real
rivers
good.
up.
But I like how they put a big old banner to cover that shit up.
Right.
And it's got the rivers. Oh, what do they have? They have a name right there to the right, Geo, on the continent. Yeah, what is that? What's that say?
Nuva Zelma?
Zemla?
Zemla?
Nova
Nova
Zemla.
Zemla.
Nova
So
Zelanda.
is that the name of one of the continents? Let me see.
Let me see. Fucking chat GPT gives me something. Nova Zelanda turns into new land. Slavic language such as Russian or Serbian.
Russian archipelago. It's Zemla, Zembla, Zembla. Some people call it.
Looks like LA to me.
MLA.
Yeah, but for whatever reason, they're calling it Zembla. Novalia Zemlya.
Oh, it's the same thing. Yeah, that's right.
Carta Histórica.
Arctic archipelago.
Or is it a J? No.
Oh, there's one with a Y. And then
Yeah.
here, check this out. Let me send this to you. I'm going to put it in the private chat, and then you can take a look at it, and then you can run it, Geo.
Oh, okay.
Here, take a look at that. Right there.
So, the thing I'm looking at says it's a northeast, a northern island considered the easternmost point of Europe.
The easternmost point of Europe. So Eastern Europe. Okay. Wow. So then around Estonia.
Well, what I'm seeing right here is Septentrionalis, Oceania Septentrionalis, and that's always referred to the top north, or
It
to the
was-
center of us.
It
What
was
is
a
all this?
sensitive military area during Cold
Of
War, and parts
course.
of it are still
Of
used as
course.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. Of course.
Septentrio. All right, let's go back.
They control everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this four continents right here. Maybe that's where Trudeau has his secret village that she showed his son. Now, you guys saw that video, right?
His dad took him to, or
Yes,
he,
exactly.
or his grandpa. I can't remember which.
I didn't understand how important my father was when he took me to this special voyage up into the secret military base in the north. That's exact words. I remembered him. I never forgot. Since the first time I saw that, I never forgot that. I was like, wow, no wonder this guy is
Santa Claus in a secret
selected,
military.
not elected.
Nope.
Well, he's out the door now, so they got a new globalist to
Yep.
take
Oh yeah,
over.
Justin Trudeau, is he no longer the prime minister?
No
Nope.
longer.
Oh, okay.
Maria said, as of yesterday or the day before, Maria says it was his dad.
Yeah.
Jack, right?
Yeah, his name was Jack.
I think it was Jack.
Look at this.
Fidel.
Once again, this
You mean
game
Fidel?
Look at this. Fidel, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Glad
Wow.
Nation came
What's
in.
up? Say what?
FE Nation came in. Say hello.
FE Nation. Where we at? Hey, FE Nation, what's good, man? Good to see you, brother. FE Nation's in the house, y'all. FE
Right on.
Nation, Justin Johnson, JJ, I didn't say hi. How you doing, brother? It's good to see you, man. JJ's in the house. Welcome, bro. Welcome. It's good to see you, man. Man, there's a whole bunch of y'all. Iron Horse, I didn't say hi to you, man. I'm saying hi to you guys now. Tell it all now. I didn't say hi to you. You know what I'm saying? There's a whole bunch of y'all I didn't say hi to. It's not like I'm ignoring y'all or nothing like that. It was just deeply entrenched with this craziness that's tonight. You know what I'm saying? GT 1982 Mustang, what's happening, brother? I didn't say hi to you neither. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
I
all
think
y'all in the foundry, man. It's always a pleasure. Go
I
ahead,
think we-
Gio.
I think we butchered the North today.
Yeah, I think we did. But I'll tell you what.
I was talking to Matt Powerland, and when I was hanging out with that Matt Powerland guy, Matt
Yeah.
Boyle, I
You
was
hung out with Matt Powerland, bro? Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
Wow, that's crazy.
It's Pierre. Okay, he's right. Pierre. Serious
Pierre.
B. Thank you. I didn't say hi to you. It's Pierre Trudeau. Pierre. Okay. Jack Trudeau was a quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts. I apologize. Pierre Trudeau. Pierre.
Yeah, he used to. Every time I try to bring up the North Pole, he hated it. He says, "No, we got to go south, 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 south."
Oh boy.
Hmm.
Math Powerland, huh?
Well, he wanted to actually make the trip, right?
Yeah, he wanted to, but
Yeah.
never going to happen.
Right.
Thank you for the correction, Serious B.
I'm gonna stop
Appreciate
the sharing flat.
All right, brother. Hey, man, it's a pleasure. And I'm going to have to, let me get you guys back up on here. I'm going to have to go ahead and I'm going to call tonight a night. It is long in the tooth. I got to take my black ass. Yeah, I got to take my black ass in the shower, man.
Oh,
It's
shit,
right now.
1:30.
It's 1:30. Yeah, I got to be up here in the next couple of hours. So,
Right on.
gentlemen, man, this was an amazing night. This shit was amazing. It was awesome. I loved it. I loved it. And thanks for bringing all that North stuff. I'm going to take a good look at that North Pole stuff because where I'm at in the ancient maps of the Sea Kings, not really touching on the North like that, like I really wanted to. But yeah, maybe as I get deeper in the book, I might come across the North, but I'm not seeing anything in the North. Totally not. Even still, guys, it was an amazing night. Harmon, any last? Go ahead, Gio. Gio, go ahead, please.
I'll go first and tell Gio goodbye. Gio, your homework assignment is to find out how far North America and everything actual land went during the maps. Okay, that's your homework assignment to let
Let's
us
see
know.
it again. How
How
far
what-
North America?
Went north because they have the due early warning early warning system, right? I want you to see how far can the North go towards the North America, okay? On maps you can find on the old maps. And thanks to the chat, Maria and everybody else and FE Nation and whoever else on there. Good night and thank you all.
Hell yeah.
Have a good one.
Have a
Have a
good
good
one,
one, guy.
Rob. Thank you, Harmon. Rob, what you got, man?
Yeah, not much. You can, yeah, I've got the same account. I usually do not do this, but it was similar to TikTok Live, so I got to give a shout out to that. Pretty simple to get up in here and just join the conversation and add information.
Oh man, it's a pleasure, man. Thank you too. And yeah, anything you bring, man, is of value. We appreciate you, man. Thank you.
It's always good to see you, Rob. I just
Right
wanted to
on.
say, Vlad, the channel name is NAOV, and they have
Nova.
it on YouTube, so you can translate it
Oh,
because this is not his.
Nova. And now.
And you can
Now.
translate it. You know, you click the CC and you put English, and you can translate. But because this guy's videos this is not just one of his good videos. He has a lot of fucking good videos.
Right.
And he's professional and blah blah blah. He's a really good
I
editor.
see it. NAOV. It's a blue joint.
Yeah, look at all the videos that he has, man. 250,000 subscriber, 176 videos, and
Yep.
all the 176 videos is not just like a short video. They're all good, they're like 8 minutes, 10 minutes, but it's packed.
Oh wow.
It's packed. Yeah.
Hell yeah. I like that. I
Yeah.
like that. I'm gonna check that out. Oh wow.
Mhm.
It looks like I ain't going to bed after all. But I'm gonna
No, bro, get your rest.
Learn something new every day and keep crushing.
and you
Yeah.
just keep going after it. I love it. Serious business. What's happening, family? I ain't see you, but I'm seeing you now. So I'm also giving my respects. What's happening? Oh, but Chicago Cubby Bear. Any final words, brother?
No, thanks for having me on again, man. I appreciate it. I always learn something up here too. It's always nice to come on and take something away from it. So I think next weekend is supposed to be pretty nice. So I think I'm gonna take a trip down to Monk Mounds down
Yes,
southern
you
Illinois about
said
3.5.
you were. Yeah. You said you were gonna go there and you had some stuff in store for us. Are you gonna
Yeah.
be taking pictures and doing video? What's up?
I hope so. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna take pictures. Hopefully, I'll get some video too. Maybe I can come across somebody that can give me some fake information or something. But but I'm gonna take a look around down there. And then my lunch break did that last video. He was talking about the Illinois Railroad Museum and stuff. I think I'm gonna head over there. They don't open until April, so I'm gonna
Okay.
go over there when they open up and check
Yeah.
that place out and kind of look around and see what they got. Maybe I can interview somebody up there. That'd be pretty cool.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll share whatever I get. I'll share it with you when I get back. So
Hell yeah, man. I look forward to that. Oh my goodness, man. We just got all kinds of craziness in here in this side of the tracks, man. And for all you guys that are on the other side of the tracks, man, enjoy that. You guys enjoy. We're gonna have fun over here. We're eating barbecue, we're living a life, and we have been sipping on juice and water and champagne while y'all over there just, I don't know what y'all doing.
hating
I don't
life.
care. Yeah. Life.
Hating.
Yeah. I don't know what y'all doing, and I kind of don't care, but we loving it over here.
We're finding
So,
good positive knowledge every freaking day. They're like, it's a globe, it's a globe. It's it,
Collecting
guys, it's
super
just a
chats.
globe.
exactly. We love it over here. It's nice, it's warm, and the water's nice. I don't know what's going on over there. I don't even care. Y'all can have it. Yeah.
Still
guys
arguing about the TFE. That's all.
Yep. We're over
Living
here.
in the past.
Yep.
Have a good
Learn
night,
something
guys.
new every day and keep crushing.
Right on.
Exactly. We love it over here. Well, family, it's been a pleasure to have you guys, man. You guys killed it tonight, man. Thank you. Thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for everything that you bring. We loved it. And family, everybody in the Foundry, you guys were wonderful. Thanks for coming on out tonight, man. And we're going to do it again on Tuesday, but tonight we're going to have to wrap it up. So Chicago Cubby Bear, Courage and Note, Geo, Harmon, and everybody else that came in and enjoyed the craziness that's Ironwork 92,000 on a Flat Earth Friday. Thank you. I can't thank y'all enough. But family, that's all we got for tonight. And I wish you guys nothing but the best. Health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity, most of all, wisdom. Y'all be wise and y'all be safe, and you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. And family, with that, I love you. I'm out. Peace.